Agent. I thought you Yeah, what are we doing? And again, 7 minutes. We could have done this on Zoom. Yeah. No, you're right. We can't step back. Yeah. So
You just gotta go with the policy.
I was like, you're not the one deciding to accept Mark. So you can go to sleep good tonight. You think something's big, yeah. Since we have budget report, yeah.
15 minutes?
Jeanette, be honest, did you ever think you'd see Beverly Hills trying to build out? Honestly.
They tried a few times.
I never thought they would though. You know? It
Yeah.
just seemed like
Well, still, we've learned until it's built.
even coming
How many
before that.
projects?
You're correct. You're correct. Good morning, Mr. Gilbert. Good
morning.
See you there.
Amended.
Nice to have you as
How are
always.
you?
Always.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Yep.
You know everybody else? No, you probably don't. Mr. Bozeman.
It's a nurse.
And you are?
It's a rehabilitation.
She's the boss.
But it's the focus is.
Carly emailed me about impact fees, and I was happy to respond to her. Good for her.
Yeah.
Glad she reached out. And one of our planners has a planner friend.
Yeah, well, that's what I told her. I said, because there's some things, like she hasn't done plats yet. I never had a plat while I was there. So I told her when she gets ready to maybe meet with you, and you know, our steps are the same. They're exactly the same. So
One of our planners has a friend who went to work in Oregon because she wanted to be in their planning world.
Yeah.
She's got a master's in planning, and she wants to come back to Florida. We don't have a position. I said, well, I'll work with her. And so
oh my
I got an
God.
email that was like,
Oh my God.
I said, yeah. I said, she's supposed to work. She doesn't even care so much about money. She just wants to come back to
Yeah, well,
Florida.
actually,
and I looked and I was like,
That's what I said.
it's not bad because it's nice to be able
Reach
to.
out.
They told me last week.
Yeah, she's got to be able to do that plan. Yeah,
that's how I always know something like this.
yeah.
That'd be nice.
I'll get the email and then here's
They
the
reached
material.
out to
Are
me
you
also
available? Like,
on somebody that wants to put in a boat
Yeah, I'm
slip.
available.
I didn't think he allows those anymore. Do you know?
so last
I
night I'm
told
like
him
sitting
reach
there.
out to
My wife's like, what are you doing? And I was like, I'm reading. She's like,
Yes,
for work? I was
do
like,
a
no,
cut. Like, they
PD6.
didn't, like when they submitted, they didn't supply an ERP.
Pretty much.
Right, they didn't have DEP in Army Corps.
Right.
That's what I'm
And I
saying. I
know,
was like,
you know,
it's
you can't hold up
thick.
the permit on the basis of a state, but that's the only way sometimes we know that,
We tell them to give us a courtesy copy of it.
yeah,
We don't allow it. You know, we have the manuals.
I know.
That's what I'm
I know,
saying.
and that's what I told her too. I cited a few things in the comp plan that I think they can deny it on that basis. I don't think they should be allowed anymore. But I thought there was something in DEP's rules too that you can't create any slips with walls. It's just like now a slip has to be within a dock and it has to be
Yes.
raised.
I love how
So I don't
voluntarily
think
though
they
you're
allow
ready.
boat slips, but I'm
He was
not
ready.
like
He-
100%
you know,
sure.
You're right. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I mean,
All they do is try to fill in and become doctors.
Exactly. So I told her to reach out to DEP though and just have a good, you need to have a person anyway to, you know, okay.
You're right. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
I did not. Because one, I would be disappointed in
I
getting
don't
you a
remember
cold
ever
coffee
getting
because that's
those
usually like
slips.
7.
That's why I was there. And
I feel bad holding a coffee for 2 hours.
No, just fill them in.
I have a feeling they didn't want to stay.
Maybe get into March.
Yeah? Looking forward to it.
Oh,
Alright, where'd she go?
You know me. Smiles. Just smile through everything.
That's not
everything.
You are not all smiles.
Trying to don't lie this woman. Don't lie.
She's certainly not an all smiles
Smirk,
person.
grin,
She
grit.
has no poker face at all. Zero.
She has a lot of expression, so she can't hide it. She's not good at a poker face.
But I just found it.
Oh yeah, you can watch her face and see.
I'm like, all right, she wants to keep her job. She wants to keep her job.
Yes, sorry.
That's all right.
Fighting
We're
her
good.
job.
It's gonna be a short meeting, so we're okay.
oh so short.
I don't think it's, either they don't have
We ask you, we'll get a no answer. I don't want that.
They spend a lot of time on that topic. I think it probably wasn't as high on the agenda as other people thought, constituents thought.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I'll say it. Yeah.
Over here too. Eric's probably not gonna be here till late, so. Eric won't be here till about 10.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
I type like 120 words per minute, so I type one around me like. The problem is, you know, I'm just being on the town.
No, it's good. What business are you in?
I'm a cybersecurity engineer by day.
That's why. Okay.
And then I'm just legally, specifically engaged by me.
Yeah. Well, I've been in government all my life, so yeah, there's a natural drawn to what's going on and watching things. Yeah, I'm saying. So.
I'm still put it back here. That was.
Oh, this little guy. Actually got that as a gift from the League of Women Voters. Oh, okay.
They're great ladies.
Yes, they are.
ready?
Ready over here, boss.
Good morning. This is Citrus County Planning and Development Commission hearing for February the 20th, 2025. If you'd like to join us at this time, I invite you to please stand for the invocation and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Lord, please give us the grace to be understanding, patient, and tolerant. With these attributes, we can conduct our work in a manner which will be pleasing to Thee, our county, and its residents. In the Lord's name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. For the courtesy of the applicants and the board and those around you, at this time, if you can please place all your cellular devices on silent, please, and may we get the roll call.
The following Planning and Development Commission members are present. Chair Richard Barmez, Robert Shera, Second Vice Chair Stuart Bozeman, Jeanette Collins, Michael Facemeyer, Kurt Stone, School Board Representative Chuck Dixon, and alternate Timothy Gilbert.
Thank you. If any person decides to appeal any decisions made by the commission with respect to any matter considered at this hearing, he or she will need a record of the proceedings, and for such purpose, he or she may need to ensure that the verbatim record of the proceedings is made, which records include testimony and evidence upon the appeal is to be based. During the public input portion of the meeting, individuals are given 3 minutes, and representatives of an organization are given 5 minutes. When anyone wishing to speak comes to the podium, please complete a yellow form to hand to the recording secretary, and please print your name, address, and the number of the application for which you are speaking on the form. The yellow forms can be found at the podium by the front door. If representing an organization, a letter of authorization must accompany the speaker, and comments will be limited to the topics being heard. So please state your name, spell your last name, podium up for the public, and this is an opportunity for you to come forward to address this commission on any issues that you may wish, but this is not for any discussions of the applications that we're going to be heard today. So the podium is open. But it's not for the application that we're going to hear today. It's for anything other than today's applications.
The application is Tuscany Ranch.
Yeah, that's today. We're not going to listen to that right now, but we'll open that up later. This is just for anything else other than that.
I'm jumping in there.
All right. All right. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting down, or the hearing down. We do have minutes to approve for November the 21st, 2024.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Got a motion by Commissioner Gilbert, a second by Commissioner, somebody over here. Shara. Any discussions on the minutes? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We have any staff announcements?
Just one. There's two applications on the agenda today, but they are very much intertwined. It's hard to parse one without discussing the other. So with the applicant's approval as well, we'd like to discuss them together. You'll have to vote separately at the end, but it's very hard to do a line since they're related to each other. So if the board's okay with that, there's one PowerPoint and one presentation for both applications.
All right, you're okay with that, Mr. Bestel?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, we got any ex parte communications, Madam Attorney?
Yes, have you had any ex parte communications with regard to the applications before you? And we'll start with Mr. Bozeman. Or actually, I'm sorry, Mr. Dixon.
No, ma'am. No. Site visit.
Site visit.
None.
No.
Site visit?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, so it's time for application number PUD 2663 and DA-2024-00002 for Tuscany Ranch. We can get the staff introduction, please.
Certainly. This application proposes to amend the Beverly Hills Development of Regional Impact, which was approved in 1981. The existing DRI contains approximately 2,233 acres in the Beverly Hills area. This is the existing DRI map. The total number of units, including non-residential square footage, is not proposed to change with this application request. This is looking north on County Road 491 with the application site to the right in this photo. This is looking south on 491 towards Forest Ridge Boulevard. This is the revised master plan submitted by the applicant. A development agreement has also been requested to address items such as roadway improvements and related infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Get the applicant come forward.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Commissioners. Rob Batzel, 1531 Southeast 36th Avenue, Ocala, Florida, 34471, on behalf of the applicant. I need to start by thanking staff. I know you all saw a prior iteration of this, many of you saw a prior iteration of this project in December of 23. And since then, we have just worn staff out. They have been very available, and we've exchanged version after version, and currently, we have refined the plan to reflect what's before you today, so I want to thank them. With me today is the team, and you're going to hear from them, but Metro Development Group is here with Kartik Goyani, Justin O'Brien, and Dalton Kidd. You're going to hear more about Metro, and we'll talk about that, as well as Clark Stillwell, Paul Gibbs, and Avis Craig. So just as a quick outline, I'm going to be brief, but I'm going to try to give a high-level overview of a little bit of history, where we are, and just the very high points of what's before you, and then introduce you to the applicant. So I think, we're at a time in Citrus County, as a land use attorney who cares a lot about the county, I know that we're experiencing not tremendous growth, but tremendous attention right now. The secret is out, that this is a lovely place to live and that there's opportunity here. And so I know in my practice, I have to be careful. I have to vet, potential clients really closely to make sure that when I'm standing before you, asking you to support something that I'm bringing to the table, that you're not going to regret it and I'm not going to regret it 20 years from now. And as you hear from Metro and see not what they plan to do, but what they've done and who they are, I think you'll understand why I'm confident standing before you today. So once we hear from Metro, Mr. Gibbs will come up and give an overview. I have printed on large foam board the proposed updates to the DRI plan, and I can pull those in a little closer and make Mr. Landon uncomfortable, as well as sheets 1 and 2 of the PUD plan. I know they're a little bit hard to view probably on those screens, and so if you have any questions, hopefully it'll be a visual aid. And for those in attendance, I spoke with several people prior to the hearing who had some questions. We'll hang around after as well, since this is PDC, and we have some time before the Board of County Commissioners. Hopefully anyone with more questions who wasn't able to read the fine text on the website, will stick around and we can answer those questions. So once Mr. Gibbs discusses the project, I'll just come back up, hit some closing remarks, and then toss it to the public for comment. Getting into a little bit of history. Many of you are well aware, and it's not lost on me that I'm sitting here. I don't know that I've ever been to a planning commission where I'm before two prior county planning directors and the current county planning director, but here we are. You all probably know more about this than me, but developments of regional impact in the early 70s, 1972, were a mechanism promulgated by the state to help us try to get our hands around large-scale developments. Large-scale development came with a definition, but essentially it meant anything that could impact more than one county. And there were then a lot of thresholds in the law and the regulations that defined whether you met that threshold. The Beverly Hills DRI clearly does. And so it was approved in 1981. So since 1981, it's been amended and updated 23 times, most recently in 2021. And we're here before you to do the same. You heard this in December of 23, and we're going to go through there have been some significant changes that we'll touch upon. But as I referenced before, in those 14 months since this was continued in December of 23, we've been working hard with staff, back and forth, and also mindful of the things that we heard the first go-round to make this a better project. I mentioned that we're experiencing significant growth. This is an opportunity to direct the right type of project to a location that is currently vested. It's a vested DRI, and in the Central Ridge, where the county has long planned to direct this type of development. There was an article just the other day, I believe it was Tuesday, in the Chronicle, and it cited a study commissioned by 1,000 Friends of Florida, and the high-level takeaways were that it's a losing proposition for counties, cities, to approve low-density sprawl where delivery of infrastructure and services is really difficult and inefficient, and instead to direct projects and people to the infrastructure, to where we are situated to efficiently provide it, and maybe more importantly, to do so in a way that presents mixed-use master plan projects where there are various housing types, there's walkability, and there's access to services and resources that the residents need without having to drive all over the county. That's what's before you today, and I'm excited to let you hear about it. But that's who Metro is as well. Metro does not, I don't want to reflect negatively on any developer, whoever's been before you, but you're dealing with a different level of developer who focuses on master planned communities that provide the exact type of project that article and I hope your staff, I think your staff also wants to see in terms of being able to deliver that infrastructure. So let me get into a few high-level project takeaways. I've mentioned that this is a vested DRI. So for those in attendance, what that means is that a developer or this owner could come in tomorrow under the existing entitlements, most recently updated in 2021, and proceed. And the slide was shown a moment ago about the current DRI. They could proceed tomorrow and take off platting the portions of that property and moving forward. The purpose of our project and the purpose of our proposal today is we need to modernize the design to bring 1981 project into 2025. I found it a little interesting that as we walk in, we're getting a fresh coat of paint on the building out there. And what's happening today with this application is, just like this building is here and it's been here for a long time and it's got good bones, but it needs to be painted. This is a longstanding DRI that's got good bones, but frankly, it needs to be updated to meet modern design, what people want to see, what the county needs to for the residents, and that's what's here today. So the project boundary, and this is important. When I was here, I'm not speaking so much to the commission, but maybe to those behind me at this point, but some of the questions I fielded when the map was up and folks were walking in related to the project boundary. The project boundary is limited to the vested DRI, and we're going to look at it, but importantly, it does not include portions of, well, tracts or parcels that were included within the prior 2023 version of this project. So there's not any, those large lots adjacent to Fairview Estates, Forest Lake, or Crystal Hills mini farms are not included within today's application. In addition, we are not seeking any additional units. So the DRI in totality was 2,233 acres. We're here today to talk about 1,069.5 acres, and we're going to get into those maps. But currently, under the existing DRI, and walking out of here, or walking out of the commission if we're approved, there is no net change in the number of units. So we're talking about 3,687 residential units of various types. Those are all single-family units. 1,250 multifamily units, despite the fact that currently there remain 1,415 units available under the DRI. Roughly 330,000 square feet of what we're calling town center along 491, and a 400-unit life care center. Maybe more importantly, one of the biggest changes that we are dealing with here is related to infrastructure, and that is why what we have in your packet today that wasn't here in 2023 is a pretty thorough developers agreement. I am certain that none of you woke up this morning excited about hearing a lawyer describe a contract. But it is a really important piece of this application because it truly goes into more granular detail and ensures that the developer 10, 15, 20 years from now is bound to abide by what we say today. And most importantly, and I'm going to close with a discussion of the development agreement, so I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I know that it's on many of your minds. We are well aware, and frankly, my client is the biggest stakeholder in ensuring that this stretch of 491 works and is safe and it frankly needs to be expanded and improved upon. We know that. We're your partner. We're the county's partner in that. I think the county will tell you the same. And so we'll get into that in more detail. Just to head off an issue before we get going, I also want to address water and sewer concurrency. I understand reading the minutes that was addressed, or a question, in 2023. In your packet, so you'll see will serve letters, concurrency determinations by Central States Utilities, formerly Rolling Oaks, confirming that there is capacity as a belt and suspenders. The development agreement also requires us, prior to platting any portion of this property, which is the next step in the funnel, if you will, we would continuously need to ensure the county that there's capacity. With that said, in the continuum, in Metro's dashboard, let me tell you, nobody is more concerned with ensuring that when this is fully developed and a house is built and proposed to be sold, that the sink turns on and the toilet flushes. That would be a big problem. And my client has, outside of the discussions with the county, been working with Central States, who, unlike its predecessor, is a large operator of more than 50 utilities in 11 states, to ensure that's the case. So I hope that puts that issue to bed and gives you comfort that concurrency is not an issue. So with all that said, I'll pause. I hope there's no questions at this point, but happy to answer them if there are. Seeing none, I'll turn it over to Justin.
Rob, I do have one question for you. Just want to
yes,
make
sir.
your map that you have up there, that's the exact same map that we have in our packet and the same map that was put in the public?
Yes, sir. I'll
Just an
confirm.
enlarged version.
No, sir. Just an enlarged version. Yes,
Thank
sir. So
you.
there's no difference in the
Just wanted to
exhibits, if
confirm
you
that.
will.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, so this, oh, yes, sir.
Good morning. Another map question. We have several different maps in the packet. In the second page of the presentation, right behind the 1981 DRI is a map. I can't quite read in our resolution the date on that map, but it shows that there is an MF4 behind BCO5 it would be to the south of Forest Ridge. Is that the current map we're looking at?
Yes, sir.
Rob, just a second, I'm sorry. Can you say what page you're on so that we can all
Yeah,
get
I'm on
there?
page 29 of our packet.
Rob, would you like me to pull that slide up?
Sure. Thank you.
It should be the map after that one.
Thank you, Clark.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you need to pull your mic closer to you so we can hear you for the record. Thank you.
Certainly. This is the November 13th map, and I believe what he has displayed is also the November 13th map.
So,
So from your perspective, that is the map of record that we're addressing today?
yes, sir. So to be clear for you and for the record, on page 26 of your packet, you'll find the current 1981 Beverly Hills DRI as most recently amended in 2021. That created and includes MF4, if you see that. Now, for the record's purposes, page 29 is what you're looking at right here, which is our proposed DRI map dated November 13th. I'm just going to flip, if you will, but as you see, as I flip real quickly, and I'm then going to restore to what you see right now, is sheet 1 and sheet 2 of the PUD plan that's in your packet. That goes into a little more detail and includes notes and footnotes. So, yeah. And finally, I know the commission is aware, but for those in attendance, the way that this works, I should have mentioned that the law that created development's regional impact was over time phased out. And what we now have is counties dealing with amendments to vested DRIs through the PUD process. So that's what we're engaging in right now. That's what's been done for the last few revisions to the DRI. But effectively what happens is the DRI, the underlying DRI as it exists right now on page 26 of your packet, would be amended by this PUD and then further this development agreement, which, as Ms. Cotu mentioned earlier, we'll get into the development agreement, but those work in tandem to effectively amend the underlying DRI.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. O'Brien will tell you a little bit about Metro.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob, and good morning, commissioners. I'm going
Give her a second to pull it up. She's in a
Okay.
different PowerPoint right now.
while we're pulling that up, my name is Justin O'Brien, 2502 North Rocky Point Drive, Suite 1050. I'm the Director of Entitlements for Metro Development Group, and I'm happy to introduce you today to Metro and how we look at the world and how we like to think about these projects. We'll get into all the fine granular details of everything, but I just want to give sort of a high-level overview of Metro and who we are. Rob mentioned, and I think it's worth pointing out, that we could have come forward and started developing this DRI as it exists, but we didn't want to do that. We want to build something that we can be proud of, something that fits the character of the communities that we know and develop, and so that's why we're before you here today. So going to the slides, innovation, technology, and sustainability. Three key pillars of how we look at development, how we look at master plan community development, and these things allow our communities to get better with time, right? A lot of people are so focused on building and they're here one day and gone the next, but we are invested in our communities and we remain active in our communities as long as they are around. So this is a highlight of just some of the existing communities we have throughout Florida and throughout the sort of Central Florida region. We develop or are in the process of developing over 30 communities throughout Florida. Something that's really important to the way we are able to be successful is the partnerships we have. So we are focused on building multi-generational communities, right? We want to have something for the firefighter, for the teacher, and we want to have aspirational homes for retirees and everything in between. And so in a typical community of this size, we'll have upwards of 10 to 12 home builders. We'll have varying products, price points, and features for every segment of the market. And so that was our single-family partners. It's the same with multifamily. It's the same with commercial, right? When you're developing communities at this scale, it's more than just building homes. You're developing commercial that supports jobs. You're building schools that support education. You're doing all of these things, and we look at it in a holistic view, and the relationships that we formed and successfully developed with other partnerships in the past help us to kind of bring all that we've learned to this Tuscany Ranch project. Same thing with education, and I'll talk a little bit more about schools towards the end of this presentation. Also want to touch on some of the awards that we've won for not only planning, but for having the top master plan communities in the country, not only Florida. So in 2022, we had 3 of the top 50 communities in the United States. What I really want to talk about now is our Angeline community in Pasco County. We like to look at this as taking the best of all that we've learned over our 20, 25 years of existence, and these are the types of things we're going to bring to Tuscany Ranch. So this is a 6,000-acre community just off Suncoast. It's much bigger than this community, so 7,500 residential homes. We'll have similar trails, we'll have similar features within the community. This community is really special because of a partnership that we've done with Moffitt Cancer Center, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. One of the really unique amenities, and I think this was the first farm as an amenity in the Tampa area. So here's a rendering of what this was proposed to look like, and here's how it looks today. So this is a really unique thing. It allows people to consume local produce. There's a welcome center and a cafe, and this is just kind of an example of how we like to be innovative and different. This is something you very well might see at Tuscany Ranch. Here's some more photos of sort of the inside. Here's the welcome center where when you come in, there's a huge, probably 100-inch TV screen, and you can go through a virtual tour of the community. Something that's consistently brought up when people are polled about what features in their communities are important to them is a trails network. And it's sort of twofold, right? Because it allows people to get out and be active and use a recreational amenity, but it also reduces reliance on vehicular transportation. We have different types of trails, right? So we have your paved golf cart loops, you have multi-surface trails. This is an example of the up to 100 miles of trails throughout the Angeline community. And then this is, so if you see the blue dot there, that's our Angeline community, and we've integrated this into the larger regional trails network in Pasco County. Another really unique and interesting feature about this community is the preservation of the existing land and features. So what we did in partnership with the county here was we preserved 130 acres for a regional park, which we're developing this master plan for. We'll have all kinds of interesting amenities. And this is walkable. This is something that people within the community have access to, at their back door. Another kind of tenet of the way we look at things is healthcare, right? You don't have a whole lot of developers who are thinking about the health and wellness of the people who are living in their communities, but that's a critical part of how we structure things overall. And so, again, we have partnerships that allow us to do that. We're already having discussions with certain partners about a potential collaboration in Tuscany Ranch. This is the Bay Care by Metro partnership is something we launched in our Epperson and Murata communities. And what it does is, right, we know that sometimes it's very hard to get healthcare access. It's very hard for people to even get a doctor's appointment. And what we've done is we've partnered to create a wellness concierge who can handle all those things, setting up appointments, helping with insurance, helping with nutrition. So, again, a holistic approach to health, wellness, all the things that are required for a successful community. Additionally, on that front, we partnered with Moffitt Cancer Center in our Angeline community to provide them 775 acres. This is a world-leading research cancer center, and while it's not something that we might see here, it's just an example of our capabilities and the economic output that can come from some of the things that we're doing. 14,000 jobs just from this partnership alone. This is phase one of that project. And like everything we do, we want to show you renderings of what it might look like, but then we want to show you what it actually looks like. Everything we talk about today, we have done. You can go there, you can see it with your own eyes and ears. And this is phase one that's under construction now. You can see it off Suncoast Parkway if you go down to SR 52. So kind of going back to the technology part of our technology sustainability and innovation. Streetleaf is a company that is under the Metro umbrella that was started really out of necessity, but to provide an alternative to traditional streetlights. And so these are solar-powered streetlights. We're the largest installer of solar-powered streetlights in the United States. Not only are they eco-friendly, they have held up remarkably well through the past 4 years of hurricanes. And we're actually able to monitor those from our office. So, a cool feature is, when if we're sensing a week of clouds, it'll actually power down into storm watch mode. So, highly adaptable, and this is something that you'll see here at Tuscany Ranch. Then an additional component to that technology piece is another company that under the Metro umbrella is Ultrafy. We install in-ground fiber in all of our communities. And what that allows us to do is we're trying to plan for the future, right? No one has a crystal ball when it comes to what things are going to look like in 20 years, but we feel like there are instances where we can make improvements today that are going to benefit us as people begin to work from home more, as the infrastructure of technology, in addition to the roadways and utilities, becomes more important. Really another critical piece of what makes people decide to live where they live is the education and the schools. And I'm just going to show, this is an example of an early learning center that we built in one of our communities. So, as daycare becomes increasingly harder for people to access, we want to have partnerships and have these facilities located within our communities. This is the Angeline Academy of Innovation that we partnered with Pasco County to construct. That is not a rendering. That is the actual school that is open today. This is a middle and high school with a STEM program. Really cool. They have a robotics lab in there. I mean, it's stunning to see. This is another charter school that we've opened and are operating within our Epperson community. So, kind of last on the amenities list that I want to touch on, and people seem to be excited or nervous about, are the lagoons. And arguably what Metro may be most well known for, we were the first and currently operate the largest lagoon in the country. We still don't know if we're going to do a lagoon at Tuscany Ranch, but we're prepared to answer questions as if we are. So, sort of one of the things we've learned is, here's our South Shore Bay community in Waimama. Like I said, we did the first and the largest lagoon, a 5-acre and a 15-acre. And, we really got to a point where we're like, okay, is 15 acres the best use of the land and space? And we think that it's not. So we've sort of reduced the size of how we approach lagoons today. And now we're starting to do sort of 2, 3, 4-acre bodies of water. And we can talk about all the mechanics of that, and happy to answer any questions. So I think the biggest thing we want to talk about when we're looking at these amenities is it's fun, right? And it's fun for the whole family, from kids, playing on a Ninja Warrior inflatable jungle gym, to grandparents, to parents hanging out by the pool, right? Not everyone has the opportunity to live on a beach or near the water, and so this allows that to happen, in a place where it's ecologically responsible to do so. And above all, we want to create communities where people love to live. And so I'm going to skip ahead real quick. I'm going to introduce Paul Gibbs in just a moment. But I want to show some of the product type that we envision here. So this would be an example of what we're calling a single-family attached or a multifamily townhome. This is an example of an active adult amenity. We will likely have something very similar to this at Tuscany Ranch and single-family detached housing. This is a great example of compatibility, right? Because you have, in the center of the picture, you have a multifamily or single-family attached villa, right? That's a 6-plex, and it's not what people typically think about when they think about multifamily housing, right? And then, 150 yards away in the bottom right-hand corner of that picture, you have single-family detached housing. And these things are entirely compatible, and this is a great example of how that works. So we have some more single-family detached housing here, and an additional picture of an active adult-specific amenity. Oops. I'm going to turn it over to Paul Gibbs so he can touch on some of the specific details of the maps, but happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Which slide would you like, sir?
Could you, I don't know what number it is, it's towards the end.
For the maps?
Yes.
I think it's 44.
If no questions, Paul, thank you.
All right, thanks. Good morning. My name is Paul Gibbs. I'm a landscape architect and land planner with Community Land Design out of Ocala, Florida. I know your package for this meeting, for this project, was probably over 200 pages. And so I wanted to just go over the maps and highlight what we're proposing to change or update and things that are not changing. And just to kind of give you a better comfort level. Now, I've been working with Beverly Hills. My first Beverly Hills project was 1984. I was a summer college intern with an engineering company, and I worked on Unit 8, kind of to the east of the library. So that was interesting. And I've worked off and on multiple parts of Beverly Hills, so I'm very familiar with it. I've recently worked with the most recent DRI update that was mentioned, and I worked on the preliminary design for the fairways at Twisted Oaks, which is near the golf club. This is the location map. You're probably familiar with where it's at, but the area in red is the 1,070 acres. That's part of the PUD. This is the north end of the Beverly Hills DRI. So we're like Rob had mentioned, we're wanting to take the opportunity to modernize this and bring it up to today's standards. 1981 was quite a long time ago. The project's bounded on the west by 491, and our frontage goes from the traffic light at Pine Ridge subdivision northward past Hampshire Boulevard and up to the Beverly Hills Memorial Cemetery in that general area. And then mostly we're mostly north of Forest Ridge Boulevard and on the north side of the north and east side of the existing golf course. Let's see here. Okay, this map represents the current 2021 version of the DRI. In general, the red areas along 491 are the commercial BCO areas. The orange colored areas are the multifamily areas where apartments, townhomes, things like that would be developed. And then the lighter yellow areas to the east of that are the single-family residential areas. The green areas that are kind of up through the middle of the project, that's the existing golf course. So I just wanted to give you that reference. And so when we go to the future proposed, you can see the differences. But there are a few things I would like to point out. The entrance to the Laurel Ridge subdivision, for example, there's a red box that's right kind of in the middle of the map that we're looking at here. That's designated as a 2-acre commercial non-residential development area. Right at their entrance. They may not even know that exists there like that as a proposed use. And then surrounding that is 4.5 more acres of non-residential development for community civic type uses like clubs, churches, et cetera. So we're proposing to remove that 6.5 acres of non-residential use at their subdivision entrance and convert that to single-family residential uses. As part of our change to the DRI master plan. Just slightly south of that is another area in purple. It's another civic center, public use type site. Again, we're going to convert that to single-family residential development. And we were looking at MF4 earlier. You'll see the area in a large area in gray just south of the Forest Ridge entrance at 491. There's an area in orange. We're planning to expand that westward slightly. There's an area called CN1. It's a community neighborhood service site. So we're going to merge that into the multifamily development area. And then lastly, there's another community neighborhood service site. I think it's just a little over an acre at the northernmost tip of the property, and we're going to absorb that into the commercial part of the property. So what this does, it keeps the non-residential uses closer to the highway, and then the multifamily, and then the lower density residential on the east side. It's kind of hard to point out in here. Also, going back to the Laurel Ridge entrance. On this DRI map, you'll see a what looks like a loop road that goes through Laurel Ridge, goes north past the golf course, and loops back around through the orange areas back to Forest Ridge Boulevard. So we're proposing to kind of replace that with another alternative. Let's see.
Would you like the next slide?
I think he's trying to use a pointer.
Well, I was trying to go to the next slide.
Next slide?
This is good. Okay, this is the proposed Beverly Hills DRI master plan. And again, you'll see that the areas I talked about that'll be removed or changed, that's reflected on this map. The commercial areas, what we're calling town center areas in red, they're all clustered along 491. The multifamily areas are generally in the same location right behind the commercial, a little different shape, a little different acreage. And then the brighter yellow areas, the proposed single-family residential development area. Now, I was talking about the road that goes through Laurel Ridge. Just to the south of that, you'll see a bold dashed blue line. That represents what we're calling Road A. That's going to be our internal neighborhood collector road. So all of the individual developments within Tuscany Ranch will connect to that road. It'll be very similar to what Forest Ridge Boulevard is today in terms of its function. And then we also have to the east of the BCO town center areas what we're calling Road D, and that is going to serve as a reverse frontage road where the residents of Tuscany Ranch, residents of Beverly Hills existing, will be able to go to those service providers, to those businesses without even going out onto 491. And so that's one of the benefits of a large-scale master plan community, that we could make those types of planning decisions. All right, next slide. This is the PUD portion. The PUD, again, that's the 1,070 acres. That's the northernmost portion of the DRI. As we had mentioned earlier, we're not changing any number of units. We're already approved for a certain number of residential units, a certain number of multifamily residential units. No change to those things that we're already approved for. And then we do have, Justin had showed you some of the large-scale recreation amenities that Metro develops. You'll see in the bright green near the top of the plan with the big R, that's a 20-acre centralized recreation amenity. It may be a slightly different location. It may be 2 parcels instead of 1, but that's the type of scale and planning that Tuscany Ranch would like to provide. And compared to the DRI master plan, shows a very small couple-acre recreation site at the north boundary of the property. All right, let's see. Next slide. This is where the most of the changes come in, is in the details, some of the deviations that we're requesting. So I'll try to hit the highlights on those. In the town center BCO, the areas in red, the commercial areas, we're not asking for any deviations. Whatever is developed there will follow the land development code in terms of impervious surface ratio, floor area ratios, buffers, parking, landscape. So, it's going to be designed and built, per code. The areas in the residential, we're requesting, I think, 3 deviations for our project. All of our front yard setbacks meet code. They're 25-foot building setback. But what we're requesting is when we have a corner lot, that the side yard setback would be reduced to 15 instead of 25. And we've seen that requested and approved on many other recent PUD projects in the last several years, including some that I've worked on. We're also requesting a different way of calculating the impervious surface ratio. Instead of a flat 50% for residential, we're requesting a sliding scale based on the density of the neighborhood. For example, we have single-family detached homes that are capped at 3.5 units per acre. We have single-family attached homes, which are 6 units per acre. So we would like, for the attached homes, we would like a 65% ISR instead of 50. And for the detached, we're requesting 55. And for the multifamily, we're requesting 70% ISR. And attached to that is, instead of measuring the ISR lot by lot, we'll measure it over that platted area. So it'd be by neighborhood or by plat. Again, that's done in more up-to-date PUD projects. Nothing unusual. Now, I will say that by doing that variable ISR, it doesn't grant us any additional lots. It actually, and it helps us with open space, providing we're required to provide X amount of open space. So, we'll still have to meet all of those requirements. It's just something you see typically in other areas. In the townhome area, like Rob mentioned, we've had many, many meetings with county staff. In fact, we had a 12-person Zoom meeting just last week with the county staff and our team, just going over some of the fine-tuning, things that didn't make the deadline for this project. But, as the staff reviewed our application, some things came up and there were questions, and there may be different ways of approaching something. And one of those has to do with the multifamily. Again, we're approved for 1,415 multifamily homes. But what we would like to do where we develop apartments is have the ability to exceed 10 units per acre. The DRI defines multifamily as a 10 unit per acre limit. We would like for the areas that are multifamily, that are apartments, to be allowed to go up to 3 stories and to have a higher density. I will mention the slide you're seeing in front of you. It's requesting up to 20 units per acre for certain areas. We're looking at, when we were talking with our last meeting with the county staff last week, we're talking about different methods of handling that, because it's more than the DRI currently has. So we're looking at isolating the apartments to perhaps 15 units per acre. So we can discuss that further. I think that was my last slide. So those are kind of the things I wanted to highlight. Again, no changes in the number of residential units, just asking for some flexibility on a few of the standards we mentioned on this sheet. Things for buffers, open space, we're meeting all those requirements that are established in the comp plan, the LDC, and the DRI. So no changes from those. And I think a lot of the detail really shows up in the developer's agreement that Rob's going to go over, and that's going to address things like when's 491 going to be widened, who's responsible for it, things like that. The schools, water and sewer utilities, so there's a lot of detail on that in the developer's agreement. So I believe, Rob, you're going to talk about that next.
All right, have we bored you to death yet? Because we're about to talk about a contract. Okay, so as has been referenced multiple times, the development agreement is one extra layer to further solidify and maybe go into a bit more detail about how this is going to work, and contractually obligates the developer to deliver on a lot of the things that you've already heard and some you haven't quite heard yet. particularly related to infrastructure. Before I get into it, let me say this. Paul just referenced the fact that we're continuing to discuss with staff and have had a call as recently as last week. This development agreement is a work in progress. I can't tell you how many red lines have gone back and forth between your growth services staff, technical services, and all concerned in our team. We have a red line forthcoming after the call last week. And as a summary statement, I'm going to tell you that in Ms. Cotu's detailed staff report, where she goes through the various sections of the development agreement where she had concerns, we are okay with all, we understand her concerns and are prepared to address all of them and have a draft forthcoming that does that. And so we can get into those detail if you'd like, but I'm going to gloss over a few things because if you don't want to listen to me read a contract. I'm going to jump off and get ahead of myself just to bootstrap the comments about multifamily because there is as we were just talking about that, there are a few things in the development agreement that further clarify this. And importantly, we are limiting multifamily development. And when we're talking about multifamily development or apartments, you saw pictures, but we're not, for those in the back here, I know that we had some discussions about a concern about apartments. You saw the images. You've heard that we're limiting them to 2 stories and 3 stories in isolated areas. These are not your typical apartments that are extremely tall and obtrusive. In the development agreement, what we've gone further to say is that the multifamily and the apartments cannot be located adjacent to existing single-family development. So for anyone in attendance who's concerned about the fact that they live somewhere that may be adjacent to an apartment, that's not the case. And that's an element of the development agreement. Finally, when it comes to the placement of multifamily, and then I'll get on to this development agreement, I just want to note, we've talked a lot about how Metro is a seasoned developer of multifamily communities. In terms of internal compatibility and where different uses are going to be located, I would submit to you that they are the experts and they have the biggest stake in ensuring that this project is internally compatible. So the takeaway is through the development agreement, we've ensured that multifamily won't cause a problem for others who are currently there, and it's externally compatible. And then internally, they have the biggest stake in the matter and will ensure compatibility. And I hope the pictures were illustrative of the fact that what we're talking about when we talk about multifamily structures are not high rises. So again, I'm going to hit what I believe to be the high points, but I'm happy. I know there are at least a few of you who have read through this contract. I'm sorry, but I'm happy to dive in as necessary. So we have a 20-year term, and that is important. I've spoken with some before the hearing about, when is it going to get here, when is it going to get there, but just understand this is a long-range vision. We're already, 44 years in as we sit here today, but this is a 20-year term. We've based the absorption rate in our discussions with Central States on 300 units per year, and so that's the forecast. As the agreement goes through, and you'll see in Section 7, I'm going to jump all the way to Section 7, but these are a lot of conditions and requirements I just want to point out that I don't think you've seen before in Citrus County. So this is the developer voluntarily committing to do quite a bit to work with the county by, ensuring that subsurface features, surface water, and groundwater is properly managed in the development process, and that the county is provided with things and information and reports that they typically are not in the pre-plat phase. As it relates to drainage and stormwater and our groundwater, I know that some of the questions about the lagoons have actually been prompted by people who, understandably so, are concerned about groundwater. This agreement has several sections that provide much more onerous restrictions on the developer than would otherwise be applied. In that section that relates to stormwater, and we'll talk about this again, but I want to point out this agreement contemplates a shared drainage retention area. And believe me, we're going to talk about 491. That is related to, there's quite a process that's going it's going to be a partnership between the county and Metro here to ensure that 491 is properly managed and expanded. Part of that may very well be a shared drainage retention area. If we can help by providing property that would, topographically work and create is a low where, for example, it's a shared DRA, that very well may be the case. And we've provided for that mechanism. That's not a end-all, be-all and formally baked into this, but it's in the agreement so that we all understand that it's contemplated as we get further along in the process. This is a very early stage in a funnel, and as we get further down that funnel, that's something that we very well may partner on. Again, glossing over it, but there are portions of this agreement dealing with proper management of wetlands and invasive species, protection of floodplains, buffers and open space. By and large, this project is either, except for the deviations that Mr. Gibbs noted, going to comply or be more restrictive than the Land Development Code in all of those areas. There's a whole section covering more than a page about water conservation. And Mr. O'Brien referenced Metro's commitment to, being responsible in the communities where they operate. I don't think this is unprecedented in Citrus County, but there's a host of terms requiring them to do all sorts of things related to water conservation, whether it's minimum flush toilets, smart fixtures and faucets, low volume irrigation, drought tolerant, Florida friendly landscaping. This is all, it's not just stuff we're saying, it's contractually required. Okay, now into some of the biggies. I have spoken with Mr. Dixon several times prior to the application about partnering with the schools. This is something you've seen 2 charter schools that Metro has already constructed and operates through third-party operators. That is the plan here. The plan is to work with the school board to make sure that we're reporting how many lots we're selling to Mr. Dixon so that the school board is aware at all times of how many potential kids are coming through those doors, right, in advance. B, to work with them to designate a charter school site within this property. And then work in good faith to try to make sure the location works. And then finally, to, in partnership, procure a vendor, who manages and operates charter schools. But this is all, obviously, again, an early step in the process, but that's a contractual commitment. Okay, so the biggie, so transportation. Off the top, Metro is your applicant is the biggest stakeholder in ensuring that 491 works and is fixed. People don't want to live in a community where every time they pull out, they're either taking an unprotected left turn across a bunch of eastbound, northbound traffic at West Hampshire, or sitting through multiple cycles at Forest Ridge. That is not what we want. So they're going above and beyond in terms of what their commitment is and what they're going to be giving. And that includes, first of all, 50 additional feet of right-of-way. And the agreement essentially provides that within a year of approval, that right-of-way is conveyed. So, and as soon as the county wants it, really, but no later than a year of approval. And we're happy to convey it the day after. There's a mechanism for that being conveyed. I will tell you, prior versions of this agreement included Metro's commitment to design, construct, so design it and build it, and then turn it over to the county. In discussions with the county, they would rather, that's okay, technical services would rather own that process. They do not want us to do so. So we are not going to do so, but we are going to pay for the additional lane that is included, the cost of that additional lane throughout the frontage of this property. Big stretch. So again, open to either approach. We came forward with the other, but the county would rather manage that process. That's okay, but we're going to pay for our state law requires us to pay our proportionate share, right? Frankly, if we went through and crunched data and went down that rabbit hole, we would not be required to. I'm not a traffic engineer, so don't rely on this, but I can tell you we would not be required to pay full boat for the entire additional lane, much less give that give that property 50 feet of frontage, but that's what Metro is offering to do, or committing to do in this agreement. Similarly, I'll note, we know that the signalization of West Hampshire is an ongoing discussion. Technical Services, essentially, they are already undertaking a study, a signal warrant, to determine whether that's warranted. And in short, this is not in your agreement because this was discussed at length last week and it'll be in the next. But what's going to happen there? A signal warrant analysis determines whether it's warranted today based on the current condition of that intersection. That's what's underway. The county's managing that prior to Tuscany coming forward. If it's already warranted, the county's just going to do it because it needs to be done without us adding traffic. If it's not currently warranted, it's still going to be done, but it's going to be done in by the county with this applicant paying their proportionate share that contributes to that intersection's need to be signalized, if that makes sense. So that's going to be, and I'm just explaining what will be in the next draft of this agreement because that came out of our meeting last week. Again, you see language about the shared DRA in the drainage retention area in this section, similar to the prior. In terms of improvements that are internal, but for the good of all internal and external, Tuscany will build a sidewalk along the east side of Forest Ridge throughout the project, from 491 to Hollow Ridge Drive. And then that, and what that does, in addition to obviously providing internal use, it also is part of the future phase of the Florida Safe Routes to School project. Mr. Gibbs went over Road D, but as you can see, it's a reverse frontage road. We go into some detail in the agreement on how that's going to be done, but it is consistent with what you see here. In 7.10, you're going to see contemplation for fire rescue, and the old DRI addressed this issue as well. There's a blank there because we're going to get a number from the county on basically a lump sum payment that Tuscany is going to pay that will would fund a 2-bay fire station. As we get further down the line in the process, and that, by the way, that isn't immediately necessary. That's necessary after about 3,000 homes are built. So as we get further down the line, if the county would prefer to utilize property within the project boundary, we can do so, and then essentially reduce the cost that we are going to have in this agreement by the value of the land, and that will be our contribution. You know, the rest of it is fairly, one thing that came up that I don't know if this is in your draft or not, I don't think it is, but there was concern about construction traffic, and we've had a discussion with technical services about that to make sure it doesn't interfere and make matters worse. And so we're providing for that to make sure that that's all going to be done via internal streets from the new entrance depicted. So it's not going to interfere with existing homeowners or traffic conditions. That's my high level, but does anybody have any questions about the agreement? Or frankly, any questions about anything you've heard today?
I have one question about it.
Yes, sir.
Is there any
Speaking in mic, please, Chuck.
Is there any plan to gate any of the collectors?
So what we would refer to Road A and D as is the internal collector streets. Those would definitely not be gated.
Okay.
But with internal portions. So individual pods within the SF or the single family areas may be gated pods because there will be different housing products, but the collectors would be available for all. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, skipped me, and then we'll go to the board. if
Yeah,
that's
no,
okay.
I was coming to you, but
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Attorney Best, I get to go first, and then
Just taking any questions. Yes, ma'am.
No worries,
Thank you.
yes. Couple questions, please, and whoever on your team you want to. Just to clarify, you did talk about it, but you show a road going through some off-site properties there. This does not include the off-site properties, and the reference in the development agreement is being removed, right?
Yes, so the portion of the road going through the off-site property would not be constructed until we come back through the process to get approval for that. So that would be a later phase of the road.
Okay. And then you did provide, yesterday, I think, a clarification in the MF4 section about the 20 units per acre. Can you touch on that a little bit?
Yes, so I know this is all difficult to see. Let me see if I can.
The pointer at the top should work for you.
Yes, page 2 of 2, please. So I'm going to try to make
He's got a
try to
point.
make everyone happy here. Hopefully, yes. Okay, so if you'll go to, I'm sorry, 2 of 2. Okay, well, first of all, we can use this. Okay, so everyone can see the multifamily areas, and thank you, sir. Never had an audience member help me. I appreciate that. You'll see all of the, yeah, I can't wait for what's coming. So the multifamily, regardless of which you're looking at, appears in orange. I don't need to see it.
Rob, would you like us to teach you how to use the pointer?
Oh, okay. Well,
If
okay.
you push and hold.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
I'm sorry. Okay, so if anyone can see the screen, these are the multifamily areas depicted throughout the project. The crosshatched area is going to be addressed by what I'm going to show you in a moment, but this is what we currently anticipate being the apartments that can exceed the 10 unit per acre cap that we're going to talk about. If we could now go to sheet 2 of 2 of the PUD master plan, ma'am, please. And that's what I gave you. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Attorney?
Yes.
if you want to tell the audience if they can't see, they're free to get up and move around so that they can, have a good view of the screen.
Okay, so this is page 2 of the PUD master plan, and what governs the way that we are able to develop the multifamily is found essentially in this portion of the table, and the development standards that apply to each lot type are found up here. Mr. Gibbs went through a lot of this, but I'm going to reiterate a few things. The things that govern the multifamily use are some of these footnotes. And the footnote that was discussed, that if you interpret it strictly right now, would allow for up to 20 units per acre in some area, in that crosshatched area that we discussed, says the proposed apartment area within the MF4 area may exceed 10 units per acre as long as the total density of MF for all areas does not exceed 10 units per acre. And then what the footnote above says is that the 3-story multifamily units are limited to the crosshatched area, but can be relocated within the MF or BCO areas. Ms. Cotu properly pointed out the fact that 20 units per acre is intense, and frankly, it's more intense than we would need or ever contemplate doing. So we looked at the numbers, and you saw the type in the 3-story apartments that we're talking about. It'd be maxed at 3, but what we have proposed to add is to revise that footnote 5 to say that essentially multifamily, within that multifamily area that is more intense, may exceed 10 units per acre, but may not exceed 15, and the net units per acre throughout all of the multifamily still must not exceed 10. So there will be an area that is a bit more intense, but it won't be 20. It'll be a max of 15. Does that make sense? Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for clearing that up. And the one last thing, you talked about it already a little bit, but we're getting a lot of online chatter about the lagoons. Can you touch a little bit on environmental impacts from that?
Sure.
Happy to pass the baton.
Yeah, so I'll share sort of some data points that I think tell the story. Again, let's use a 3-acre body of water, and after its initial fill, which by the way we would do and have done successfully off-peak hours, so you fill it over a 90 or 100-day period off-peak, so you're not impacting the water usage of existing residents. After that initial fill, the evaporation is roughly 8,000 gallons per day. And that sounds like a lot. A golf course uses 200,000 gallons per day. And I know we have plenty of golf courses here in Citrus County. So just comparatively speaking, that's the way we should look at it. As far as chemical usage, uses way less chemicals than even a standard pool. So the technology is the lagoon in its ring has kind of an ultrasonic cleaner, right? So it vibrates the little particles of dirt. They all sink to the bottom, and then a vacuum cleaner vacuums it up every night. So that's sort of the technology, how it works, the water usage. Obviously, the county has the approval rights of this PUD, but that doesn't mean we don't need to go to FDEP to get our water use permits, and that doesn't mean we don't need to go to the Water Management District to permit the drainage and the infrastructure. So there are all these kind of guardrails in place and regulations on what we can and cannot do, and we've successfully navigated those things in other areas, and I think we have 4 lagoons open, and 2 or 3 more slated to open in the next year. So we've learned things throughout this process, and we're well positioned to successfully open another one here. And we're not committing to doing a lagoon yet. We're committing to the option of doing a lagoon. So we may do one, we may not do one, but those are a little bit more data.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for applicant?
I have a question for Rob.
Commissioner
Just-
Collins.
Just for clarification, the orange areas, which are multifamily, the yellow, which are single family, there's no provision in here, and I did not see one, but for clarification, to allow to do any type of interchange of those uses, right?
Right, so within the single-family residential area, the product types are interchangeable, but,
Okay, up to the
but
triplex.
no interchanging between multifamily and single-family.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stone.
Yes, sir. What's controlling the location of the 3-story multifamily units? You have them in a very limited place there. Why is the purpose of
Sure.
that?
So that is where, at this point, we would envision those going. Obviously, we don't have a crystal ball, and we may relocate those within the MF areas, within the parameters of what Mr. Batzel sort of described. They're going to be, because it makes planning sense, located adjacent to the commercial, in the more dense use areas, and then based on the topography, based on the ultimate site layout and lot layout and the lot mix that we use. But it'll likely be in MF4 or MF1. It could be in MF2 or MF3, but likely MF4 or MF1.
But you're not telling me why you would want to go to a 3-story unit in those places instead of just stay with the 2 throughout. Is that to meet a?
Sure, I understand. So, this goes back to sort of the multi-generational communities, right? We think it's entirely appropriate to have a limited 3-story apartment use so we can target, firefighters and teachers, aspirational home buyers who are not yet able to buy a home, but still want to live in our community and access the features and amenities. So it's an additional product type that we would like to offer.
All right, so it's a lower price. It's a lower priced unit.
Sure, you could look at it that way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stone.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Shara.
Good morning, or good morning again. We have a lot to unpack here. I like the statement, but there is a lot here. In over 292 pages, multiple maps, 3 development agreements, and a lot of other things. Just to start with a real high-level question and follow-up questions after staff makes their report. When we look at BCO5, in this multifamily area. I believe I heard a commitment that you would not put multifamily units adjacent to single-family units.
Correct, yes, sir.
And if I look at the Beverly Hills Unit 3A, at least by map, it appears that those are single-family units adjacent to multifamily. Just I want to make a comment, and for clarification. The other is when we look at that particular area, BC05, it appears to be a little confusing in terms of traffic ingress and egress onto Forest Ridge. Now, that's a level of detail for engineering, but it looks like there's a cross connector, crossing Forest Ridge, and that's the portion of Forest Ridge that actually has a boulevard in the middle. And again, those details will get worked out by engineering, but it looks like that is awfully close to the signal up at Forest Ridge, and don't know if that's just illustrative or if that's meant to be specific to this design. The other, and Joanna, thank you. You picked up on the question I was going to ask, but I didn't quite follow the answer related to Road A, that goes down through the southeast corner through the white area. Is that area owned by the developer? It's not part of the DRI, but is that area owned by the developer?
Yes, sir.
So that's not going through an existing neighborhood? I'm looking at the south, the bottom right of the
The
street.
portion of Road A that lies outside of the application boundary?
That's correct.
It is owned by the developer, but they would not have the right to build any road or anything on that property unless it came through a separate process. So that will not be constructed as part of this application and the improvements permitted by it.
Long-term plan, is there a long-term plan conceived to actually build in that area? At a later
This is a 20-year plan, so I think if anyone, it is depicted in that way to show that eventually it could be, but that is not relevant to this application immediately. But I understand the cause for your question.
I mean, there's a logical
Yeah.
follow-up over time.
Yeah.
Okay. And as we continue on that road, it looks like there's several roundabouts. I'm assuming that's what the circles represent?
Yes, sir.
Or roundabouts. And again, this isn't to scale, but is it intended that road would actually, there'd be no residences to the east or southeast of that road from, it seems to be again, this is illustrative. This is not an engineering document, but what's the intent there?
So I'm going to ask my team to correct me if I'm wrong. But so first of all, I understand these are great questions. We talked about that funnel. This is this is a conceptual plan, and conditions in in our further moving down as we progress from an approval here are going to determine some of those things. But based on this map, you are correct. It does not. They're to east or southeast of Road A on the eastern boundary, for lack of a better description. We have not provided space for residential development. So, in part due to the last application cycle and concerns we heard from neighbors to the east, we've tried to create a nice buffer over there.
Yeah, I wasn't part of that, but I went back and did read it. And I would imagine that the Forest Lake North community with half the 1 acre plus lots would have some concern with specifically what they're backing up to.
Yes.
They don't have a right to tell you what to do, but for consistency. So your concept, at least today, is there would be none residences to the east of that road.
That's the case. I'd also point out that all along the boundary, there would be 25-foot vegetative buffers, and the development agreement goes into detail to ensure that we have to preserve any existing vegetation, ground cover, in its natural state.
Okay, and that was my next question, thank you. And that is that you show a typical 25-foot buffer along the I guess it would be the northeast and following down. So that is what you would intend all along there, is a 25-foot vegetated 70% opacity buffer.
Yes, sir. And to the extent that there's existing vegetation, which I know some of that is heavily treed, that would remain.
Okay, I have lots of other questions, but I'll wait. Some of them have already been answered, and others may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shara. Any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Facemeyer.
I'd like to get a sense, this is a general question, I'm not looking for specifics. just like to get a sense of the order of magnitude of how this proposal compares to the original 1980 DRI, because a lot of homes were built in what I call the old Beverly Hills, and a lot of the property has been developed along Forest Ridge. You know, how many potential dwelling units are in this proposal compared to what has already been developed over the years?
Yes, sir. Now I'm going to hold this because my eyes are failing, not anyone else's.
Wait till you get to be Harry.
So, on the DRI, oh yes, and she's got it up for us. Look. I'm going to get a hang. You have more competent staff than I'm used to, so I'm not able to usually, do this. So this is a breakdown of the. It's a land use summary table from the old DRI and comparing what we're looking at today. So if you look at the bottom and the totals, the old DRI provided for, it included 2,233.33 acres. Residential units count was 7,916. And that's also, in addition, 800,000 square feet of commercial or office, other uses. So to date, 2,414 of those units have been constructed, and 137,726 square feet of commercial has been constructed. So left within the entire DRI, you have 5,102 units, the 400 life care units, and 662,274 of commercial. The portion that we're talking about, some of that lies outside of what we're talking about today. So the numbers that we've given you today are what we're proposing within this portion. But lying outside of this portion, owned by others and in other areas within what was the original DRI.
So in the grand scheme of things, while this is a large, comprehensive proposal, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that large compared to was approved in 1980.
Yes, sir. We're talking about less than 50%, certainly, in the 45th percentile, roughly, in terms of the gross acreage and units.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner.
One other question. As you go through this process, assuming the BOCC at some point in the near future approves this, and you have other permitting things that will be required before you can begin any construction, when would the developer anticipate that date to be? Approximately.
Late 26. So,
okay.
Yes, sir. So this is a very lengthy process, and this is step one. As you know, I'm almost speaking to others. Mr. O'Brien hit on it, but there's a lot of work to do before any vertical construction or even earthwork begins. So if this was approved or when this is approved, that process will begin of determining, all right, what are we platting first, because it will be platted in all sorts of phases. There are permits with water management districts and DEP and other authorities that we're required to move through, and it is time consuming. So when we say late 26, that's really moving dirt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Facemeyer. Any other questions for the applicant? Rob, you don't have to sit down yet. I got questions.
Okay.
On page 138 of the packet, I want to talk to you about item 8, the impact fee credits. Can you tell me your definition of the alternative compensations or credits that's indicated there? Be the third line down on number 8 on page 138.
Page 16.
Yes. Okay, so one thing that I believe we have simplified since this draft, throughout this process, the applicant is giving property for $491, paying for the cost of the design and construction of one lane, or construction of one lane, I think, and then potentially giving property for the fire station, or paying a lump sum. So there are various things being performed or dedicated. So at the end of the day, when we value that property, let's take the 50 feet of right of way that the developer will give the county, convey it to them to widen 491. That would be creditable toward impact fee credits under the county's existing code. This agreement before you doesn't, and this is one of the clarifications we made in the last round of changes, doesn't constitute an impact fee credit agreement. It just acknowledges that under a separate agreement in the future, which would happen at closing of whatever we're giving the county, we are obtaining impact fee credits. Now, in terms of alternative compensation, I think that what I meant by that is similar to the fire station example, where if we give property, then the lump sum that we would have otherwise had to pay could be reduced instead of taking the credit for that property and applying it toward impact fee credits.
Okay, my second question will be, which has not been discussed yet. What's your intentions of mitigating the sinkhole?
So I'll if they have site-specific information, I'll let them know. I'll just address what's in the agreement. That's part of why we've included, I alluded to the heightened requirements for subsurface geotech, stuff that we were going to provide to the county that we otherwise wouldn't be required. That's why the development agreement deals with that. But if he's got plans, let me let you talk to Justin.
Thank you.
So are you referring to the, I think it's a kind of a relic area. It's actually not on our property. It's adjacent to the existing golf course. And we're keeping the conditions that were written in the 1981 DRI that we're not developing anything in that area. So it's a very small area,
right?
But we have, I think it's a 50-foot buffer from that, and then we have stormwater between any residential construction and that. So there are multiple kind of layers of buffering. So
you got a DRI right there, or DRA, right? You just said drainage retention area.
I believe so. And
within 50 feet. What?
It's conceptual, the DRA, but the existing DRI requirement for that area that I believe you're referring to, there's a limit that you cannot build residential. I don't know if it's 50 feet. I'd have to look at the text, but we're keeping that condition. We're not modifying anything.
What would be the environmental impacts to that DRA being 50 feet from an open hole to the aquifer?
Again, we're required to do all sorts of geotechnical testing before we do anything out there. So if
yeah, that's so. So yeah, sorry.
You're fine.
Don't cut your client off. That's not a good idea. But so there is going to be a long line of permitting. The reason that DRA will be required by SwiftMud to be in the location they're contemplating is because we want to make sure that untreated stormwater doesn't make its way into an open, untreated sinkhole. So we'll need to ensure pre-treatment of any stormwater. If we're building houses northeast of the sinkhole and there's going to be impervious where that stormwater is going to fall and flow, based on the topo, we have to make sure we're catching it and treating it in a pond before it makes its way into the aquifer so that it doesn't just naturally flow into a sinkhole that doesn't provide for any treatment.
So is it fair to say that the DA agreement that we have in front of us is just a short version of what you just explained to me? Because it doesn't explain that in your DA.
Yeah, so if in the developer's agreement I restated all of the Florida law and regulations that are going to be required from this point forward, it would be 300 pages instead of however many it is now. So what we have done is we haven't gone into detail just to restate other things that hoops we're going to have to jump through, but the hoops are there. We don't need to be bound by contract if we're bound by Florida law to do it. And the county will make sure before they issue us the permits that we need from them that we've checked those boxes, that we have a SwiftMud permit, that we have DEP sign off. So,
all right, thank you. Now, one last question, and I'm sure it's going to have a lot of input later. Can you address the traffic impact that this project's going to put onto the area there, Forest Ridge and 491?
Yeah, I mean, so the DRI provided for it to some extent, and what is intended to happen here through the giving of 50 feet of property to widen 491, make it into a 4-laned right-of-way, and then signalized West Hampshire, and continuously look at those intersections of West Hampshire and Forest Ridge, is to ensure that it's improved by this process. So we'll continue. One thing that we've put in the development agreement is that with each plat, once it will refresh intersection studies, so that at each intersection we understand how it's impacting that intersection and take care of any necessary mitigation. But yeah, I mean, what's going to happen because of this project, in large part, the county is going to now have the right-of-way to 4-lane 491 all the way to the project boundary, at least, and to signalize West Hampshire.
Thank you, Rob.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the board? Commissioner Bozeman.
Mr. Barnes, could I add one other thing?
Yes, sir.
The total impact fees we're paying, just from these units is over $41 million. And so that's at the current impact fee rates, right? Those might go up. And if they do, then that number will grow. The transportation impact fees alone are over $20 million. So that's a significant contribution on behalf of the developer, in addition to the conditions that are specifically outlined in the DA. So, just wanted to
Thank
add
you.
that. Thank you.
Commissioner Bozeman.
Yes, sir. Just so that I'm clear, in the agreement, you're agreeing to construct 1 lane of 491, which will now need 4 lanes. Is that?
So we had originally, we're giving, now what we're doing is giving the dirt, giving 50 feet of property and paying the county its costs of construction of 1 additional lane. We originally approached it with the original draft saying, we're going to build it, we're going to design it, we're going to build it, and then we're going to turn it over. So we controlled the timeline but technical services requested that we instead hand them the keys, give them the dirt, and then promise to reimburse the county for construction of that additional lane. And that's where we are today.
Of the 1 additional lane?
1 additional
But
lane.
we're going to be required a 2nd lane.
Well, okay, so, oh boy, I could go down a rabbit hole here.
Oh, we can.
Okay, so I go to different places in different counties and cities when I practice, right?
As do I.
Yeah, okay, so we've talked about this in this county, but the issue of transportation concurrency, there is a statutory framework, and we do not have transportation concurrency here. But under that concept, then what you do is you go through a process of determining what a developer's proportionate share, in other words, what's the status of the road, how many cars are on it, what's the level of service, is it performing, what's this project going to do to that, and what do we need to build off-site to make sure that it's just as good after the fact as it is before. We do not, for a number of reasons that we don't need to get into, we don't have that in this county. So instead what we do is we sit down with staff and we analyze it and try best we can, like we have in this case, to figure out what's fair. And I would submit to you that we're given more than what's fair by giving 50 feet of right-of-way over the entire project boundary and agreeing to pay full boat for 1 of the lanes. And I'll tell you too, that under a concurrency model, if a segment is already failing, as you probably know, the developer doesn't have any legal obligation to mitigate. And that's in statute. And so what we're doing here, absent a legal obligation to do anything, is, obviously they've got the biggest stake in this. They want it to work. So they're given the dirt and agreeing to reimburse. And the technical services feels what's in front of you is a fair split. And one thing that's not in the agreement, but that will be, is we're given additional property. This came out of the meeting last week, so it's not in your packet. But they need additional property at the intersection of West Hampshire to make the county's signalization work at that signal. And so that'll be included in the next iteration.
Very good. The condition of the existing utilities, you've stated that there will be reserve capacity. Is there reserve capacity now?
Yes, sir.
With what's utilizing the water and sewer facilities currently?
Yes, sir. And what we've committed to in that, and that's in the packet, is 300 units per year absorption. That absorption rate, there is capacity.
And you feel confident that that existing facility will handle that additional demand as is?
Yes, sir. I mean, they wouldn't be there.
Yeah. So, sorry, we're playing back and forth here, but we're having ongoing discussions with Central States, the utility provider. What we're close to finalizing is kind of a two-part agreement. One for existing capacity that they'll be able to serve with improvements to their current facilities, and how that is all funded privately. And then secondly, how beyond that initial capacity, which may be 1,000 or 1,200 units, how those things come in place in the upcoming years as development reaches those thresholds. So it'll be a two-part. It'll be an expansion of their existing capacity now and plans for future capacity and what that looks like after that initial phase.
So you're saying potentially there could be constructed a brand-new wastewater treatment facility? Or would there, if there was the need?
It's certainly a possibility.
Yeah. With 300 units a year, is that a forecast? Is that your budget? Is it going to be based on your sales? Most developers, if they're selling 300 units a year, obviously they need to have inventory to continue to push forward in different pods. Is that what's that 300?
That's kind
crystal
of
ball?
Really an internal phasing that we've discussed with the utility company, and so it's obviously our responsibility to make sure that those facilities for whether it's roads, whether it's utilities, schools, no matter how fast the community sells, it's our responsibility to keep up with that growth.
So if you go to 400, then obviously that would accelerate any expansion plans and or updating to the existing utilities.
Sure.
Yep. Is that in the agreement? Okay.
So what's in the agreement is that at each plat, but prior to issuance or approval of any plat within the whole project boundary, we have to have an updated will serve letter that says we have capacity and will serve. So if that was ever not the case, then the next plat, then the trucks would stop. All progress would stop and the plat wouldn't be approved.
Okay. One last question: the wastewater treatment plant. Where is it the current disposal for the effluent that's generated?
I'm going to rely. Mr. Stillwell.
I don't want to answer that, Clark. Go ahead.
U2 is that area next to MF4 is where it's currently being disposed of. Now, I can tell you, and Rob didn't mention it, within your backup material is the permit for that plant expansion. It's already been issued. FDEP regs will require it to be built within 5 years, and the standards that plant will be built to will be equivalent to what you have at Citrus County, says the Metacrest facility. Reuse effluent standards of 98%. When that happens, the U2 area will be diminished by 90%, and the effluent area for the disposed of in U2 will be probably 10% of that U2 area.
Yeah, I mean, it seems logical. You've got a golf course right there and basically surrounded. You could utilize it. With any thought about that?
Well,
it's pretty common.
The state would say to the owner of the golf course that when the effluent is in front of it, that he's mandated to use it. So it's just a matter of when that line gets built, he's going to have to tie in and cut back on his consumptive use permit, just like Citrus Hills has done. Okay. Thanks.
Fair enough.
Mr. Stillwell, just follow up on that question. You said there was a permit for that or an application for a permit?
No, there's a permit as part of your application packet. I don't know the exhibit number.
Okay.
And it allows for the expansion up to all of the necessary capacity for this project.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Rob, where is it in our packet? I didn't see it either.
Well, the permit exists. We filed it with the first application, I know. We can quickly supplement it, but it has been issued. is for the build-out of the entire DRI.
I've seen an application. I hadn't seen actual permits. The reason why I'm asking.
I assure you it exists.
Did you see it in this packet? Because
No,
I
ma'am.
didn't see it in this packet.
No, ma'am, I did not find
Okay,
it
so
in this
you're-
packet at all.
Okay, so your decision today has to be based upon
Right,
the
I
evidence and
agree.
testimony.
That's-
May I finish?
Yes.
The evidence and testimony that's presented today in this hearing and your backup material. So any information that you may have outside of that information would be ex parte, and you're not allowed to consider it.
Correct. I respect that. I was just following up with his question, his statement. And thank you, Mr. Stillwell.
Thank you.
And I would also say, I know y'all have heard this before, and you may remember things from the last application, but if you didn't see those things in this application, you can't consider them. So just try to be sure that you're basing your decision today on only what's before you today.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, and I'll just add, which includes letters from central states confirming water and sewer concurrency and capacity to serve.
Thank you. Any other questions for applicant? Commissioner Facemeyer.
I have one last question on the multifamily units. Would any of those be subsidized, or would they all be market-driven?
Market rate.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Facemeyer. No other questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And before we bring the staff's presentation up, we are going to take a 10-minute recess till we'll resume at 11 o'clock.
Taking charge there.
I was gonna ask.
I'm gonna wait till the crowd clears. You need to turn the heat up.
I didn't mean that. I'm like, shut up.
Because the entire master plan is changing, everybody has to be. No, it's still multifamily, and they can do it. Yeah, but nothing's changing as far as.
I'm too old for that.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah, well, in a way,
Tim, if I don't
growing up, but your particular area has changed. Now they are, it's multifamily, they are allowed to do a little bit more than they are now. They want to do maybe up to 3 stories, so that
You're better
area
than I am.
in front of the park.
That's a relative
That goes to
term.
multifamily.
In what
They
way?
are proposing to say
Because,
possibly 3.
like, don't
They
get me
also
wrong,
say
once I
it
left the
can't be
military, like,
next
my
to
cardio was
existing
down, right?
homes.
So I stopped running every day.
So the house is above
You know,
them,
now
that's
it's
in
that
part.
So like, I bought a down desk so I can keep moving up and down, up and down.
Next to the 3-story building. That's one thing we do.
What?
Yeah.
I miss you guys too. I miss my chamber family.
They're not moving anything.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, so I don't know what's happening for the parks, so we're going over in that area is flooded there, right, or housing,
Nature center. So I got to really get to know all the chambers I knew over there. To really get to know them.
It's different, you see, like, in the hallways.
Yes.
Compared to, I
Oh,
get
yeah.
permit. We appreciate you being here. So you work for the city first.
Yes. I was a planning.
Yes. Yep.
Yes, to I really got very fond of working there. Yeah. It's very different culture than one citizens. It's more than
Thank you. Please take your seats. All right, thanks. Before we go on to the county staff, I got sidetracked. I do have a couple questions that I forgot to ask, and I would like to ask them before County comes up because she would like to possibly redirect them. And I believe the first question I have for you, Rob, is I see on the map we have roads A.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, can we get the map up? Because it's so
Yeah.
hard for us to follow if it's not.
She had my
I think
PowerPoint.
like page 75 maybe is the site plan.
She's ready to go for me.
Well, with this many people, we need to try to
Yeah.
keep the record
I
clear.
have page 219 is the page I'm going off of, but
Let's see if this will do here. Oh,
thank you.
what we're working with?
Now, my question is it fair to say that Road A is the perimeter of your project?
So, Road A, most of Road A is within the project. A portion on the southeast side is is shown here off-site, and that would not be able to be constructed unless and until we came through a similar process to get an approval to build that portion of Road A. So it would essentially be developed, east and then southerly, and that would be stubbed out for the near term.
Okay, then on Road D, are you using that as the cross-access as well as for the commercial sites, or is that just a access road in general, and there will still be a cross-access provided?
Cross-access to
The
what?
commercial projects.
So Road D will basically serve as a reverse frontage road, so there will be cross-access internally between retail store, different commercial uses along that corridor, but Road D will serve as a collector road for people traveling, to and from uses that aren't immediately adjacent. We're not currently showing any cross-access southwest into the existing improved portions of Beverly Hills.
All right, and my last question is, where's Road B and C?
Oh, that's a good one.
They didn't like those letters.
Those letters didn't go well in marketing, it sounds like, so.
I mean, do they exist?
No, sir.
So, okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, if I can ask some questions too, maybe we can speed things up a little bit.
Yes, please.
I was asked at the break a very good question, and maybe it'll help some of the audience. We had to notify everyone within the DRI and 500 foot outside of it, but you're actually focusing on the area controlled by Metro. So this does not have any changes other than multifamily, perhaps, on the areas of Roosevelt, the areas on Forest Ridge, around the library, and all that area, correct? You're just focusing on the Metro Development site portion of the DRI, even though they were noticed.
Yes, absolutely. So if we can, I'm going to try to be laser guided with this. It's probably not going to work. It's just blinking on me. Okay, so for
Cat's
the
coming.
for
Cat's
those
coming.
Our expert.
There you go. Should I point that one? Thank you. Okay, so if we look at the bottom left side of my circle here, the areas that are actually colored in dark yellow and all lying east of Forest Ridge, and then the area in the bottom now that is included as multifamily and town center, and then everything lying east of that is what is within this application. We are only showing the rest of the DRI because we need to modify the entire we need to show the entirety of the DRI map as we modify only a portion of it. We are not modifying anything down here or west of Forest Ridge other than the multifamily and town center areas that are at the top of my circle now. So nothing else is being changed. Does that answer?
It does, and that, I think that might help with the audience. And the other question I forgot to ask you is about schools. There was a clause in the development agreement, and it wasn't in your revised, that takes out the statement that the school can provide confirmation of capacity at this time. Are you proposing to remove that in one of the drafts?
I don't think that's really.
Please speak in the mic, Commissioner.
We're happy to.
Right. I don't think that the school is prepared to confirm capacity for the entire project at this time. So it's not required in the DA. It's not required for Citrus County. I hate to speak for Mr. Dixon. We have a school board representative here.
Yeah, the level of service for schools is dictated by the State Department of Education, so there's really no benefit to having a statement like that in a development agreement.
Yeah, and so for everybody's benefit, Ms. Cotu brought this up in our call late last week, and that is when I spoke to the fact that made the blanket statement that we're going to fix everything.
That's one of them.
That was
Okay.
one of them.
Perfect.
I think that's actually section 11.5. We're going to strike it.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I mean, if you're willing to provide the school
Chuck,
district.
you've got to talk into your mic because I
Okay.
can't hear you.
I'm sorry. If you are going to, I don't know how you're going to do this, but if you can provide the school district with a report on how many school-age population is in the development on a regular basis as the phases are built, that would be greatly appreciated.
We will be an open book, but at this stage, it's too soon. We couldn't give you anything reliable. It'll be a mix of uses, active adult included and non-age restricted, and so it's just too soon. But we'll continuously report. But we'll strike 11.5.
Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I forgot that earlier.
No, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Collins.
Okay. Just a few things for clarification. You spoke earlier about the impact fee credits. With specific to the transportation on 792, it does speak about the credits for the additional property conveyed, and I understand that. And it defers to Section 8 of the development agreement. Hold on, let me get there. I'm a little concerned the way it's written because, of course, it talks about the compensation for credits specifically herein, and then the next section talks specifically about the amount equal to the actual market value of the property conveyed or the costs and expenses of the design, permitting, construction improvements described herein, divided by the 10 current impact fee. But it seems like there should be something in there that's also, and I realize that Section 54.6 of the county code and statutes talks about proportionate fair share, but it seems like, being that it's referred to as stated herein, that it should say something in there also about less the developer's proportionate fair share for those improvements that would be necessary to mitigate their impacts. It's just my thought, or is that something that would be clarified when you do the impact fee agreement in the future?
I think
Yes, good
are you looking
question.
at the older one? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just was wondering if it's an older one. Go ahead. Feel free.
So, first of all, this is sort of an aside, but the language about costs and expenses of design, permitting, and construction will be stricken. That's a carryover from when we were contemplating design and construction and us doing that. So that's off. That's going to be revised in the forthcoming draft. What will be eligible at this point really is just conveyance of the property for 491 in terms of transportation, at least. And that would be eligible under 54.6 under a separate agreement for potential impact fee credits. Based on the conversation we had before about not having concurrency, where we've landed with technical services is that giving the right-of-way and paying for one lane is more than our prop share would be if we went the full gambit, and that's how it's being presented. Now, there will be one more thing presented in the next round because this came up with technical services last week. They need additional, more than 50 feet at West Hampshire for signalization, and we're happy to give it, but that's going to then be included. And what I explained to them was how I've addressed it some other places, which is as you're describing, and there will be language to reduce any credits we're entitled to by our proportionate share, because that would be warranted by a signal warrant, and that's underway.
Okay, I have one more also. One of the things that you're removing from the previous conditions of the DRI is the requirement for annual reports. I realize that this is something that's gone away in statutes. But with some of the thresholds that you're talking about in here, there's the one for the utilities with the 300 units, there's one for the fire rescue that gets into 3,000. And maybe this is a question better for staff, but I know these projects take decades to build. Been there, done that. I just wondering if there shouldn't still be something at least for a biennial report, which, that's how typically staff would keep up with the growth that has occurred, which triggers those conditions. Otherwise, it's kind of up in the air.
Okay.
Is that something, and maybe it's a question for Joanna.
Well, I was going to say, Joanna, I don't mean to, was this a recommended strike from staff, or I don't remember the impetus for striking that. I think the annual reporting is just kind of an outdated mechanism.
Right,
But-
it's no longer in statutes, but you were going to give an annual report to the school district. And I
Yes.
think that would probably address her concerns.
That's here. That's still required in the schools. Let's see, it's 7.8. 7.8.1 includes the fact that we would provide an absorption schedule updated on an annual basis based on the actual home occupancy and projected forecast for home construction.
Okay, and you're also providing it to growth management, so,
Yes.
okay. And then there was one more thing. I'm just going back
Sure.
to my planning years.
Yep.
And this is sort of a food for thought, but I know a lot of these developments, and I've seen it with other DRIs, where eventually, you've got residents, they have RVs, they have boats. There's always a need to put them somewhere. I did not see on here where you have any kind of area for those types of storage areas. And I realize people can go outside and do it elsewhere, but those are little uses that become issues of contention in the future. I don't know if it's something you want to consider to either show and/or to identify it in your notes as being allowed in one of your BCO areas.
It's not something we've considered yet, but I think to your point, it's something we should look at, and so we'll do that and maybe prepare modifications as needed to accommodate that.
Okay, and then the last thing is just a Scrivener's error that I saw on 7.9.7. It's amending a previous condition. It's just a simple typo. Maybe it's something that staff already picked up. And it may be wrong in the previous documentation, but toad should be road.
Yes, I have fixed
I
that.
thought of the game Frogger.
Some misspellings aren't picked up by auto or, by word. So,
Okay.
yeah, that one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, you're not Bramlett. He's not here. Go ahead, I'm sorry, sir.
I guess for 7.8.5 on the contract, it says that if a charter school is not procured or until charter school opens, then the development shall be subject to any then applicable school impact fees. I guess the question is, if, let's say, the school doesn't open for a couple years, 5 to 10 years, for those first 5 years that you're rolling out units, are we now forcing our school district to handle those students?
Can
So-
we strike the
We-
reference to impact?
We've struck it, yeah, so, I'm sorry, this is again, one of those things that we've dealt with.
And I wasn't here on the last application,
No,
so I
no,
apologize.
you
Yeah.
wouldn't know because your packet shows something that's now outdated. That's how frequently we're working on this, but.
So
it's-
all of 7.8?
That is gone. Could we pull up the page he's referencing?
Page
Actually,
196.
196?
196.
I can tell you what's still
Of
there
the
and how
whole
it's been
packet.
modified.
It's actually stricken on page 134. That's the newest red line that he's referencing.
Maybe for clarity, we can point out for the board which of these agreements is the latest agreement, what page it starts on, so that they know what page
Starts
is.
on page 123 of your packet is the newest red line that he provided.
So you should be focusing your decision on the
But-
agreement that starts on page 121.
Yeah, and just for
Still
your.
same question, though. Yeah,
Same
because
question. So if you, the page, at page 134, it shows the red line, and we have stricken 7.8.4 and 7.8.5 after discussions with Mr. Dixon in the school district.
And I can explain why that's the case if necessary.
But not now.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
but
not
that
now.
is no longer in the agreement.
Okay.
Just trying to keep everything on track.
Madam Attorney, follow-up question. We have a red line in our packet, which was staff comments on page 184. I interpreted page 121 as the developer's draft. And then there's also a clean one on 154, so just for clarity. Are we looking at at the draft on 184 with staff red line comments?
Let's get clarification. I have to get to 184.
Okay, so for purposes of today, and I'm just looking at page 23 of the agenda packet that gives an outline of the attachments. And I'll speak with staff. Some of these are prior drafts that have been bounced back and forth, so I don't know that we need this many in this agenda packet. But for your purposes of review, number 4, and that begins on page 92, is the most updated agreement. And if it's helpful, number 5, attachment number 5, is the red line of that January 31st draft compared to the draft of January 15th. I don't know that that's really even helpful.
It's not
Honestly,
helpful
what
because
you,
I can't follow your numbers.
yeah, what you should be focused on, in my opinion, sir, respectfully, is attachment number 4. That's the most updated red line, and it begins on most updated draft. It begins on page 92.
That's of your presentation.
That is the
If-
present draft
If I could.
that you're
let's-
reviewing.
Let's hold for a second. I'm gonna look in that direction.
No problem. Page 92 is his cleanest, up-to-date version. It's, and then page 123 is the red line version of that. Those later versions were turned in, he turned these new ones in the last day, so that's why they're both in there. Staff did not even address these in the staff report, but this is the one he's asking you to consider, are those two versions in the front of the packet. The rear packets were actually a prior version that he's made a lot of amendments to.
And to complicate matters one step further, we've had a meeting since these agendas were posted and further revised, and I have described to you a little bit today what we've done in response to that feedback from technical services primarily, but also growth management.
So may I ask a question?
Yes, Madam Attorney, please.
Commissioner Gilbert, what page were you looking at?
I was looking at the wrong one, but even on the corrected one right now, so 103,
103.
right? Is that a good one to look at?
That's what Mr. Batzel wants you to look
Cool.
at on behalf
So-
of the applicant. So
yeah.
on page, may I get there, please?
Sorry.
Okay, so page 103, your question relates to 7.8. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. So, the question was, if a school doesn't open, what, does that force our school district to be able to accommodate those students, right? Because you've rolled out 300 units a year, and you open a charter school for 5 years, right? That's 1,500 units you're gonna have open. what's the school plan for those kids if that charter doesn't happen?
Okay, so absent a developer coming to the table to say we want to include a charter school because this is a higher level master plan community, then impact fees would be payable as usual, and the school district collects those impact fees and then approves, or
Oh, no, sorry, I'm not
constructs-
talking about the impact fees right now.
No.
I'm just talking about in general.
Yeah, so in general, what happens is we have to pay impact fees. That money goes into the school board's coffers, and then as growth occurs, they plan to construct a new school with impact fees.
Gotcha. And I guess, so then my follow-up would be from Mr. Dixon at the end. Does our schools have, oh,
Mr. Dixon is.
you're right, sorry. All right, I'm good, thank you. I'm good.
He's on the board, he's a board member, he's not part of the application.
You're right.
So,
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Shara.
Mr. Chair, not to the development agreement, but to, I gotta find the map now. I think it's on page 224 of our packet. It's taking a second for this to populate. So my question relates to the other area of the DRI that is currently a golf course and a fairways community. There is some reference in the document somewhere related to the use of amenities of Twisted Oaks. So my question is the fairways and the Twisted Oaks Golf Course part of this application, or are its facilities used in any way?
No, sir. No, sir. If we can skip ahead one slide to sheet, actually perhaps two slides to sheet 2 of 2 of the PUD. Okay, one before, I'm sorry. So what you see in color, and that is red, orange, or yellow, or green, that's the boundary of this application. Laurel Ridge and Fairways, even though they're situated in the middle, are not included within the application boundary.
So there's no use, I wish I could find it, but there was a reference to Twisted Oaks, a reference to its amenities, a reference to its, restaurant, but it didn't seem to be a material reference, but it was there.
Under general notes, number 2.
Oh.
I believe is what you're referring to.
So that would have been the underlying DRI approval, and then several of the 23 amendments that have occurred may have dealt with or did certainly originally, and then subsequent may have dealt with the Twisted Oaks portion. This application does not alter or amend anything related to Twisted Oaks.
And there's no ownership or cross-ownership in that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shara. Anyone else? Commissioner Facemeyer.
One more, I promise, for now.
Yes, sir. Heard that
Earlier,
before.
Either you or Mr. O'Brien or Mr. Gibbs, somebody made reference to a 400-unit life care center. Can you talk about that a little bit? What that might be?
Yes, sir. So that's a carryover from the original DRI. It's an authorized use, not a required use. And we've actually added a definition, which is a residential facility where unrelated residents share common spaces such as dining rooms or common areas and may receive assistance with daily activities such as bathing, dressing, medication management, social engagement, or basic physical or mental health care, but not intensive medical care. It's an ALF. It's a permitted use, but not a required use.
Okay, thank you.
what page were you reading from?
Oh, boy, my own agreement.
So, it starts on 92. I just want to make sure our record is clear.
Page 106, paragraph 7.11.
And that's the definition section.
It's a freestanding section concerning Life Care Center.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to expand on Commissioner Facemeyer's question.
Commissioner Stone.
This is not necessarily a single unit. These could be multiple units scattered throughout the residential area.
No, sir. It's a Life Care Center. It's one use, one.
But I mean, we're talking about a building that holds 400 people, or are we talking about houses that may hold 10 people here and 3 people there and 20 people there throughout the area?
It would be concentrated in one location. It's one use in one location. So I guess from a design standpoint, it could be one structure, but we have a height requirement. All LDC requirements would apply to it. But it would be concentrated in one area, so that it would be a central ALF, for lack of a better description.
Okay, because I have heard of these facilities being basically a single-family residence, modified with, 4 or 5 bedrooms or something like that, and a caretaker.
Okay.
Therein.
Not the case. Not the case here. And we'll take that into consideration and take a look at that definition and make sure that that's clear.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stone. Any other questions? Thank you for now, Rob.
Okay, are you sure?
May we get the staff introduction, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, you said staff introduction, but
Staff presentation.
Hello, I'm staff. I'm gonna move this a little bit because I didn't want to sit on top of them as the way this is worded out. All right, Joannica 2, Growth Services, Growth Management. I'm sorry, it's been a long day already. I'm changing my presentation in my head to try to address all the conditions that y'all had. My PowerPoint is tremendously outdated, so it came before Citrus County has a quasi-judicial ordinance, which you're aware of, that says that I think it's 21 days prior to a hearing, they can't turn in new items. So 22 days prior to the hearing, they did turn in a whole bunch of items. That did not have time to update this PowerPoint. So a lot of this is outdated. I appreciate all of the information they gave us. I'm not going to repeat many of that, but I am going to try to address your individual questions that you had for the applicant when I can remember each one. Development of regional impact are from the state. They determined that in Citrus County, it was usually 1,000 units is such a big impact that it impacts other areas too. So they had to go through a whole bunch of criteria to be recognized. Beverly Hills is one in 1981, long time ago. Citrus Hills is one. Meadowcrest is one. So they have entitlements for a number of units since 1981. It's been sitting around and people have not really developed that far. Sugarma Woods, Pine Ridge, Citrus Springs, they're also somewhat development of regional impact, but they're so old they were before we even had DRI definitions. So we call them pre-DRIs, but they also have the ability to do these kind of number of units. Beverly Hills is more like Citrus Hills in that part is developed and there's a whole swath of it that is not. You're going to see Citrus Hills in your next meeting, but for Beverly Hills, they have a whole lot of development. The old Beverly Hills is not part of this DRI. That's a prior DRI. There was 2 of them. But 1981 DRI, only partially built, as Attorney Batsell correctly said. So this is the existing master plan for the DRI. You can see some really fringe areas there on 491. Not sure why, but there they are. I wanted him to focus on talking about where he's talking about because I know we did have to notice people way down here as well and 500 feet outside of that. That's not proposed for change in this particular application. And this is their master plan. So a couple things to point out here. I'm going to jump around because I want to talk about some of the questions that you had. First of all, I did want to clarify for Mr. Dixon, it sounds like we did. There's a statement in the development agreement that is confirming there's capacity. School district has the fun time of when we approve developments, they got to figure out how to get the kids and find a place for them. That's existing, it's tough, it's a tough job for them. This document now, if it's revised, would not confirm that we have the capacity. They're going to have to work on that. And impact fees are going to be a part of that. Now, a charter school is possible. They have put that in here as a possibility, but it is not required. So we'll see what happens with that. A few things to point out. Mr. Bozeman correctly pointed out about utilities. Utilities do have to have central water and sewer for the density that they're proposing. Not all of the old Beverly Hills DRI has that, but the new houses do, central water and sewer. There is a concern about capacity for water and sewer with that provider, with Central States, absolutely. I think sewer is the one that's the most concerning. The Central States Utilities has provided a letter that says we can do 300 units a year. We've got that. After that, or even with that, every time they want to create lots and then therefore get permits for building, they have to provide a letter from Central States saying we've got the capacity to handle this number of units. Whether it's 50 units for the first phase or 400, they're going to have to give us that information. So we are going to have confirmation that there's an existing central water and sewer before we can issue permits and before those can move forward. A couple questions about the road and specifically the road that goes off-site. That's why I was clarifying that with Attorney Batzel. This particular application does not in any way impact, it does not include those white areas there. Yes, they're proposing a road through it. If they decide to develop that, and you heard it is under the control of this developer, if they decide to develop that, they'll have to meet land development code requirements. That area is low-density residential. That's up to 2 units an acre. That's the best they can get unless they come before you and the county commission for some kind of zoning change. So those areas are not included right now. I know that's a concern. That's just something to talk about. I'm not sure. Okay, so these items right here are from the prior development agreement. That's why I wanted you to focus on the one in the front. All these particular changes, they've fixed it. They've corrected what we wanted. They wanted us to say that it's in the public interest and they're vested. Can't do that. They had some changes on how to modify the plan. They've changed that, and the buffer standards could be developed, could be maintained by future HOAs. Absolutely. I'll give this developer a lot of credit. They have worked with staff, and they've made a lot of the changes that we were proposing. I didn't understand something about the 491 road widening. That's been clarified here. The transportation-related items. Okay, let's talk about that a little bit. The existing master plan, the existing DRI, and I'm on page 279 of my staff report, says that the developer has to provide sufficient right-of-way to get an 80-foot wide right-of-way. So what that would mean is we need 30 feet from them. That's not going to cut it. As pointed out correctly, that's one lane. But that is what they're required to do is up to 80 feet. So they have worked with staff. I have a representative from Technical Services Engineering. Hopefully he's still here and has toughed this one out this morning for any questions specifically with that. But what they're proposing is giving us 50 feet of money to do 50 feet. They're going to give us 50 feet of right-of-way. Then the county, when we widen, we won't just add one lane. That doesn't make a lot of sense. We'll be adding 2 lanes. So that's the proposal here. They are going above and beyond. That's why you see some notations about impact fee credits. We changed the wording. They may get impact fee credits. Yeah, they're probably eligible, but I didn't want to commit it in this document, so it does not. There's also a requirement for a fire station in the existing DRI. They have to give a 2-bay fire station to Citrus County. That doesn't really work for our current fire services. They want something bigger than that. So what they're working out is a specific dollar fund of what it would cost to develop and build a 2-bay fire station, and then Citrus County will actually probably do a 4-bay. That's the proposal for the area. And I talked about water and sewer already. So single-family units in the DRI, they are entitled right now without coming before you for 3,687 units. They corrected me and they are right. It actually is 3,687 left, not 88 like I had. I had a miscount. So they're asking for what's already approved in there. They don't have to come before you. But one of the changes they are proposing is that yellow area called single family. And it also allows what Citrus County would call multifamily. So in Citrus County, multifamily is 2 units or more. So what the single family area would allow is single family detached, single family attached, townhomes, duplex, triplex, and quadplex. Those are what we would call multifamily, but they're proposing to allow those as interchangeable in that yellow single-family area. So did want to point that out to you. That is significant. Another change is the multifamily areas. Those are those orange areas there. So multifamily is already on there. They're not asking for any additional units that aren't already entitled in the 1981 plan. But for multifamily, they do have a word in there that's perhaps density can go up to 10 units an acre, not to exceed, et cetera. We have the new footnote from Mr. Batzel. That's kind of important. Staff had a concern about 20 units an acre. There's nothing even close to that in the DRI, and that is our highest density that we even allow in Citrus County. So they have changed that, and what it says right now, or what they're proposing, is that if they are developing, it would be 10 units an acre. They may exceed 10 as long as no single parcel exceeds 15 and the total density does not exceed 10. it's a nice happy medium. The one thing staff does have concerns about is another part of that footnote, which says that multifamily apartments are relocatable anywhere within the multifamily land use areas on the master plan. So although you heard a nice contention that they can't be next to existing single-family homes, which is great, but they can go anywhere. So they show you the crosshatched area. I don't think I had that on my plan. I think I actually took it out. They showed you the crosshatched area there on Forest Ridge, which was, right there. And that's, I think, where they're contemplating. They talk about MF4, but with that note in the footnote, they could go anywhere. So the multifamily, extensive multifamily, the up to 15, could go anywhere as long as it's not right next to an existing single-family home, which would be the Laurel Ridge area, and then, as correctly pointed out by one of you, over here in the older Beverly Hills area. Another proposal they're asking for is up to 3 stories for those multifamily apartments. The current DRI does not allow for that. It does 1 and 2 story. So that's a little bit different. Not saying that 3 story is totally forbidden, but that is what they're asking for, and it's not in the DRI right now. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. Most of the items that we had concerns about, they have addressed. So there's the density. Yes, I talked about that. Okay, he did mention the reduced second front setback. That's not in Beverly Hills right now. Right now, front setbacks are 25. When you're in a corner, it's 25 on both roads. They're proposing that second front to be 15. It's not that uncommon in Citrus County. The impervious surface increase is, however, in the DRI. Right now, throughout the DRI, it's 50% impervious surface for residential, period. So they are proposing to increase that to be 55% for residential single family, 65% for attached, and 70% for multifamily. That's it's a lot more than the current DRI. You've seen those numbers in some developments in Citrus County. Whether it's appropriate in this area of Beverly Hills is going to be up to you all and the Board of County Commissioners. So this is their plan. The lagoon that we talked about quite a bit, if happens, it's right up here where it says lagoon amenity area, optional. It is optional. They may not build it. It could be allowed there, again, without coming before you. It's a commercial area. So I appreciate Ms. Collins' questions about the boat storage. That's pretty important because they can't really add that. I know they mentioned that. In Citrus County, boat storages are not allowed by right in commercial. It has to go through as a PUD. This PUD did not include that, so that's not something they can add right now. Perhaps later on, if they want to do that, they can come back before you as a PUD amendment, but that's not going to be something that's allowed at this point. Have I answered all your questions? Trying to think of everything that you said. There was so much. You guys had some really good questions, and I appreciate that you looked at it. Oh, the Life Care Center. The Life Care Center is already an approved use. It is already in the DRI. They literally just repeated the language that's already there. Life Care Centers are approved in the DRI anywhere it's multifamily or commercial. So on this map, it would be the orange and the red areas. Already on the books, not changing. It cannot go in the single-family areas, but only in the multifamily and the commercial areas. I don't know if that'll ever happen, but if they want to do so, they can go up to 400 beds for that, or units for that. The sinkhole was discussed, very good. That language is taking exactly word for word from the existing DRI. So that's covered. There's some stuff about, there's some stuff about the Twisted Oaks restaurant. I didn't even know that was in the DRI. They had to point it out to me. Old reference, still there, picked it up word for word and just transferred it to this new application. So most of the things that staff asked for, we're getting. Not asking for any additional numbers, asking for some flexibility on some of the development standards that I pointed out. That's it.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Attorney.
May I ask?
Yes.
Ms. Coutu, another new thing is the new footnote. Can you read again what the proposed language is of the?
Yes, thank you. I got that yesterday, so that's why it's not in your packet. Areas developed as apartments within the MF4 area may exceed 10 dwelling units per acre so long as A, no single parcel exceeds 15 dwelling units per acre, And B, total density of all multifamily areas does not exceed 10 dwelling units per acre. And then it makes a reference to a previous footnote. The previous footnote is the one I was concerned about because it does give them flexibility to put the apartments anywhere and not necessarily in the MF4 area. MF4 is the crosshatched right over here, but with that other footnote, they could put it anywhere in a multifamily.
So throughout that footnote, it uses the term area and not parcel? The proposed footnote?
It uses parcel
Okay, I remember.
and area. Areas developed as apartments within the MF4 area may exceed 10 dwelling units per acre, so long as no single parcel exceeds 15, and the total density of all multifamily areas does not exceed 10.
Okay, so one of the comments you had to the development agreement was they used the word parcel instead of area. On this site plan, or this master site plan, there are no parcels identified. So do
Correct.
we need to fix that footnote?
I think that we're talking about proposed parcels, so no. I think that this is, no single parcel can exceed it when they develop multifamily. So I think that's clear enough.
Okay, and then the next question I had was, you talked about the ISR. Currently, it's 50% DRI wide. Can you repeat again what they're asking for?
Absolutely.
And focusing on, does it use the term parcel or area?
So the second part of this screen, and I realize it's lovely hard to read, they're asking for plat-wide increased impervious surface of 55% for single-family detached, 65% for single-family attached, and 70% for multifamily, rather than the 50 that we have right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Does that conclude your, Joanna?
It does. If you have any questions for me. I've tried to answer every one I could think of, but I've probably forgotten some.
Does the applicant have any questions for staff? Yes, sir. Thank you. Does the board have any questions for staff? Commissioner Shara.
You didn't even look at me.
Saw you pull the mic away.
You know, you've touched on probably what comes down to the meat of the matter, what they're looking for from a deviation perspective. I'm a bit confused by the interchangeability. When I read it, I want to be sure I'm understanding it correctly. I read that they were looking for flexibility in any of the single-family areas to build attached, detached, or the single-family, what they refer to, I believe, as cluster. I believe you just clarified that the single-family cluster by our LDC is not single-family, but is multifamily. So by inference, that if we agreed to that, we would be giving them the right to build multifamily in the single-family designated area.
Yes, and duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes as well. So Citrus County would never call those single families. Those are multifamily in our definition, but their definition in single-family area on their site data table says that would include single-family detached, attached, townhomes, duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes. So that is some flexibility that's not built in right now, but they're asking for.
Okay.
It does not give them additional units, but
But it gives them the ability to have what we consider to be multifamily and single-family areas.
right. And in their definition of multifamily, it's those apartments that they're talking about with the possible 3 stories.
By discussion, but by inference, they could be moving the cluster of the townhomes into single-family. If we
The
would agree.
townhomes, yeah, not the apartments with the 3-story, but yes, and the higher density, that's multifamily.
Okay. Can I ask you a question, another question?
Sure.
If you only have one, no.
Okay, I'm good with that. No, only kidding. The area that we're talking about, the apartment building, and in this increased density, it's not clear to me what we're really talking about there. Are we really talking about a 3-story apartment building as compared to where we in the past have allowed only 1 or 2 stories or no more than 50 feet in a commercial area? And what is do we have any idea what we're talking about here or what they're talking about and what that would look like?
Yeah, well, the DRI has its own regulations. So outside the DRI, it's different with the height and you're talking about with the commercial, et cetera. In the DRI, it's 1 or 2 story. That's what the Beverly Hills DRI says. So that's a remnant of what was in place in 1981. Ms. Collins can correct me too if I'm mistaking here, but that was what was in place then. So 1 or 2 story is what the DRI says. They're asking for the right to do up to 3 stories in this multifamily area. Now, not the single family that wants to do a quadplex. You saw his pictures there that were to show the attached, and that's obviously what they're thinking of when they talk about a quadplex. But the multifamily areas could have up to 3 stories.
And that would be in addition to the area that's crosshatched.
With that extra footnote, yes. It wasn't specified in the applicant's presentation, but that's what that extra footnote says, is this area is relocatable anywhere within the MF land use areas depicting on the master plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scherer. Any other questions? Commissioner Stone.
Joanna, this fire station that they're building, would that be within the confines of this property, or could it be someplace else?
That's why I really appreciated his notes, and somebody asked about the impact fee credit or other credit or other compensation. I appreciate that language, actually. They could go either one. The DRI says that they're supposed to design, build, and construct it, which would be on their property. We're asking instead for a lump sum for the 2-bay so we can put it wherever it happens to work for our fire services. If they decide it's going to be on their area, then they're going to take that donation of land and most likely ask for a reduction of what we're charging them or what they're paying us. Right now, $1 million. I have no clue. $1 million. If they're going to give us the land for the fire station, it might be $800,000. So that's why that wording is actually, I appreciate that wording in here of the other compensation. They have to give us, they're supposed to build us and design a 2-bay for a fire station. Our fire services may say, oh, that's great, but we don't want it here. We want it down on Roosevelt or something. And if so, we'll have the money to do at least a 2-bay, and the county is planning probably a 4-bay here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stone. Any other questions from
I got
Mr. Dixon?
maybe
The
this is-
microphone, please.
Yeah, maybe this is just clarification, but Mr. Batzel said that collector road won't be constructed all the way through because it's a loop road, and it can't be constructed because it's not part of this application, but that could present a problem.
It could. I heard that language too and kind of raised my eyes. They may need it for access points. I think I hate to put words in his mouth, I think he was trying to note that they're not developing in that area. But they are going to have to meet basic access management standards. They're going to have 2 ways in and out for 75 or more units, et cetera. So it's off-site, but it may have to be constructed. That's something that Tech Services Engineering is absolutely going to have to look at when we design that area, when they design that area, excuse me.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it would be required to have the PUD approval to build the road.
Right. They can do a road today, or they can do up to 2 units an acre there today. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Any other questions for staff? Joanne, I have a couple. Of course, you knew that.
Thought I got off easy. Okay.
As we decide here what we're going to do, right? Which development agreement are we going to go by? Theirs, yours, last year's?
Yeah, neither. And
Because they're all incomplete, right? Because
they're not all
to
incom-
us,
Yeah,
they're
not.
incomplete.
Well, they're not signed, of course. You know.
I mean,
yeah.
as far as there's changes been made, there's been verbal commitments
Right.
here, but we don't have that.
You
So-
actually do have it, but what you have, and he's saying he's going to make more changes. So I think it was page 92, as we talked about, if my memory is right, was the clean version. That is the most recent clean version that was submitted to staff, simply because they can't submit a new one. He's verbally talked about he's going to make some other changes. Love the changes so far that he's discussed, and we'll have to make sure that that's in place before we go to County Commission. But you're being asked to review 92 and also the red line right after it.
So 92 and 123.
Right.
And nothing else.
Well, that's for the development agreement,
I mean,
yes,
like
and
the
then the
footnote
PUD amendment.
And
The footnotes are a concern right now, yes.
all right, and then can you?
He's like, I want to talk.
Yeah, he's about to jump out of his seat.
Yeah,
He's
go
just
get
gonna
a
have
chance
to
in
be
a second.
patient and wait. Can you show us on that map where the shared DRA or DRA would be? Or do you have any idea?
Right.
If is that just really, is it going to happen or would it happen?
Yeah, our tech services actually talked about that too. They would like to see where it is themselves, at least a conceptual idea. We don't know. So the concept is in the development agreement that they're going to do something, but we don't know where it is at this time. So that's something maybe Mr. Batzel can address.
So it was included verbally.
It's included
testimony.
verbally, but we, and in fact, I asked tech services yesterday, and I think they're still here, but they said, we don't know where it's going to be, though. We just don't know. The offer's nice, but.
All right. I think that's all I have for right now. Commissioner Shara.
Sorry to kick a
No,
dead
yeah,
horse here.
please make it clear. I appreciate
On the
it.
development agreement, if we look at the development agreement, the red line on page 121, those were the changes that the developer was requesting to be made, and were those changes incorporated into the development agreement on page 92?
That's, yes. Yes.
So we can see what changes were made by looking at the red
Right.
line on 121.
Correct. Those go hand in hand. Those were not reflected in the staff report because they came in the last day. But yes, those are changes made at the request of staff.
So from a procedural perspective, we're looking at a development agreement that isn't, the draft isn't complete. It's in motion, and there's certain representations, and as well as some of the other documents. So from a procedural perspective, what is it that, and maybe this is a question for Madam Attorney, what is it that the commission can opine on related to an incomplete development draft and drawing footnotes and other documents that aren't complete?
Right. He really wants to talk again. It is a complete development agreement. It's not signed, of course, but what you're being asked is what you're being asked to consider is page 92. Now, if you don't agree with those concepts, absolutely, this is your time to say so. But it is complete as far as this is what he wants to review. Now, he has verbally expressed he's going to make a few other changes to it. That's not unusual for projects of this size, but it is complete as far as what you're being asked to consider.
That's a fair answer,
Yeah.
but does that complete document include your red line comments? My understanding is it does not.
Most of them, yes, it does, other than the ones I've pointed out. The ISR is still the ISR. The three-story is still there. He's going to make the change about schools and not state that there's capacity. So those items are not in there.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Attorney.
I think Mr. Shara said page 121, and I think Joanna said page 121. It's actually page 123 is where it starts.
That's what I said, yeah.
So
We changed-
I just want to make sure we're clear for the record.
Fair enough. Thank you.
So let me ask you one other question, Joanne. Is all the changes that he's going to make between now and whenever, and the changes that's already made that's not here, will we get an opportunity to review those and make a decision, or we're just based on what they give us now, and then they can go back and make changes, and it goes to the BOCC as a different application?
Right. We will not be bringing it forward to the commission if there's some changes like that, substantial changes. He has talked about the school capacity, so I expect that change to happen. He's already struck through the impact fee ideas, so I don't know that there's anything significant in here that's proposed to change other than those particular items. If there is a significant change, it has to come back before you. We can't move it forward.
So our decision today would be on the DA
Right.
first, correct, and then the PUD.
Or vice versa. I don't know if there's a right or wrong
Right.
order. They're tied together.
But they're going to be two separate.
Two separate motions, yes, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think the succinct answer to your question is no.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff?
Rewriting the question.
Thank you.
I think the applicant may have questions of me now.
Does the applicant have any questions for staff for the second time? You didn't have any a while ago, Rob. Madam Attorney.
Lawyering.
Trying to fashion a way to ask you questions to answer his questions. I'll tell you what, it wouldn't be appropriate. I have answers to the questions that you have. I really don't have questions for staff. So if you'd like, I can address that so that the crowd understands the process.
Well, if you have questions that staff can answer.
Okay, so I guess, all right, I'm putting.
Yeah, if not, we'll do the public input, and then you'll have a chance to rebuttal, and then you can rebuttal at that time.
Okay, so I can ask Madam Attorney, the county attorney, just a long-winded question that maybe will clarify things.
Objection compound.
Yeah, right. So, is it correct that Chapter 163 concerning development agreements require 2 public hearings?
Before the government, yes.
Yeah, and then Citrus County, the first of those public hearings occurs before PDC, and the final public hearing occurs before the commission?
Yes.
Okay, and changes can be made and will be made, changes can be made and are always made. I shouldn't use the word always, but are made between the PDC and BOCC to accommodate issues raised at PDC. They may be, and it's amended frequently.
Take out the word frequently, take out the word always, and sometimes it happens.
Yeah, so, and finally, I guess procedurally.
Am I being cross-examined here?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to.
I represent
sorta,
this board.
Hey, they told me to make it staff questions. I'm sorry.
Staff.
Okay, so, well, but this is more
'Cause you're not gonna
procedural.
like my answers.
It's legal and procedural. All right, so this commission could, at the end of the day, make a motion based upon the agreement that is the final agreement that's in their packet.
Page 92.
Page 92, with any staff recommended changes in the staff report and/or additional things that they think ought to be addressed.
They could.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You don't have any questions for Joanna?
I'm liking this, it's fine.
No, she did a great job. It was more procedural. Thank you.
All right. We finally made it to this point. The public portion of the meeting will now be open. If there's anyone present who would like to speak on this application, please come to the podium. As a reminder, individuals have 3 minutes and organizations have 5 minutes. When speaking on this application, please address this board. If you have any documentations that you want to enter into the record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary. Good morning.
Good morning. PJ Offhammer, Citrus County. I usually wait to go last, but I'm just so wound up from this that I got to go first, and I don't have near enough time to discuss this. So let me get a couple things out quick because I'm just like, y'all need to vote this down. I came here to speak out against the lagoon, and I'm hoping that you will remove that may or option in the lagoon because we do not have enough information on it. The environmental impacts, and I'm hoping one of my friends will be more clear on this, it needs to go away. We looked at whatever that Pasco County development was that has absolutely nothing to do with what would happen here. We need to be looking at the lagoon developments in Hernando County, the one by Weeki Wachee, where the seismic impact is breaking people's foundations and homes and collapsing their drain fields, where the sinkholes are up, just popping up everywhere. This is what we need to be considering. There is a known sinkhole there. Part of the plan says that it can't be developed near or around it. But trust me, those sinkholes connect. We're all drinking water out of the same straws in the aquifer. He said 8,000 gallons a day. Well, you know, that's a lot of water, and that's a lot of straws. That's not a 1.5-inch hose line. Sorry, retired firefighter. That's a 5-inch hose where you're pouring out the hydrant all the time. And drawing it out at night makes no difference because the aquifer doesn't, operate on shifts. It's just there, and it's declining at a rapid rate. And we need that water for home use and for water, for agriculture, for things like that, not for commercial pool that will be treated and charged $38 a person to get in or $18 for a child. They're dime a dozen in this state. It's not what we need. I hope you vote that part down. As far as the rest of it, you got to vote no. A footnote at the last minute. I've been here before you before, and when I have last minute things, I've been told that I can't submit them because you can't look at them. So why are they bringing them in today? It should not be voted for. You need to vote for what was in the packet that I read I don't have access to the other new stuff. And you are our representatives, and you need to be voting on what you had, and only that. All the hearsay about what may happen, the pretty colors on the pictures, we know that's conceptual. We know that that may not be what actually happens in the end. I would like to say, keep it at the original DRI. Yeah, it's the same number of homes. Let's keep it at the density. An ISR of 70? Are you freaking kidding me? We're in the Kings Bay Crystal River recharge area. Our springs are already suffering. The Swift Muds, MFLs that they haven't even adhered to, that were created 10 years ago, are still a problem. This is a problem. Let's just make them come back when they've got their act together, because they don't got it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, what she said. No, I had a lot of things I wanted to say.
Please state your name, sir, and spell your last
Frank
name
Farr,
and your address.
Beverly Hills. I had a lot of questions. They've all been answered. I want to thank the board for being here and for doing what you're doing. Since I don't have a lot of answers, the only thing that comes to mind for me is while they're building this and coming with the amenities and things, I imagine the amenities are going to be for that neighborhood only. They're going to come out into the county and use the county stuff. And I happen to be a pickleballer, and with saying that, right now, y'all are already expanding a lot of the pickleball courts. I can use this as an example, but there's a lot of examples there that you could use. I don't know if you can say, hey, we need a fund to help us with the amenities that the county provides, since you won't have your amenities up and running very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, if you can give your yellow form, sir, to the recording secretary, thank you very much.
You can tell I'm fishing my first time, huh?
Well, come back and see us.
Good morning, everybody. My name is
sir.
Gary Kenworthy. I'm a local realtor. And first of all, thank you for what you do, and thank you guys. I think you did a very nice job with your presentation. I have a couple of questions. I notice on the map, the orange areas signify multifamily areas, and the yellow is the single family. However, you guys define single family as single family detached, and then you include in that duplexes, triplexes, and other things that most of us realtors consider multifamily. So if you put all of that in the yellow, what's left? And you, in the crosshatch area, in MF4, you've asked for that serious increase in density and 3 stories. And you suggest that it's only going to be in that crosshatch area. But you've also indicated that you reserve the right to put it in the other areas too. But if all the other multifamily areas are allowed in the residential area, what's left? Are all of the orange going to be filled?
Please address us, sir. He's not going to.
I know.
Thank you.
But that's the question all of us have to consider, and you have to consider. And I'll leave you with that question. I'm done.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
I'm Harvey Gerber. I'll speak for 3 minutes or less. I just have 3 comments for you. I think this is a very complete proposal, and one that over time will prove to be a benefit to the people of Beverly Hills. I've been on the board of the Beverly Hills Civic Association for many years as its president, most recently in 2023. We basically represent old Beverly Hills. And we don't have any swimming pool in Old Beverly Hills at all. I'd like to see the developer, if they don't do the lagoon, put in a swimming pool that would be open to the public for a fee. Second of all, I compliment them on having some multifamily because we only have 2 multifamily proximate to Old Beverly Hills. And I think that that's a good thing. As they mentioned, the cost of building and therefore the cost of renting is lower, and therefore that's a good thing. Thirdly, only one person here mentioned affordable housing, because I operate Nature Coast Affordable Housing Corp. Over the years, I've built 30 houses. My nonprofit, 501c3 Nature Coast Affordable, owns the Boys and Girls Club in Beverly Hills. We hope to build a swimming pool there, but we haven't gotten the money yet. So it'd be very nice to have that happen elsewhere. And also, it would be very nice if the developer were to have some affordable housing, because the name of Nature Coast is affordable housing. Habitat, I know from a meeting I went to at Cadence Bank last Tuesday, Jeff Bryan spoke for Habitat and said they're looking for a parcel of land on the order of 10 acres where they could build 1 and 2 family homes, not what they're doing now for 2 people is what I'm really trying to say, for retirees who don't have big families. Because right now over in Citrus Springs, which is their only development, they're building 3-bedroom and 4-bedroom houses. So if this developer would consider allowing Habitat to come in and take one of these pods, I think that would be a good thing for the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hello. Roman Rudnicki, 4338. Do I need to fill it before I talk or maybe later? Okay, thank you. My address is relevant because I'm the resident right in the middle of the affected area, or potentially affected areas. So I'm at 4338 May West Way, which is kind of right there. And reason I'm here is I'd like to stress your attention to the events around this treatment plant and the proposed things. One thing, tell me if you know anybody around here on both sides. In the last 2 years, there was, I would say, a catastrophic failure of the treatment plant, middle of the night on the weekend. Was that ever, I never seen anybody commenting on it or providing any information or clarification for the community, even though we are the one that's paying, the money. And shortly after that, there was a change of the ownership, right? Right? So now there is some movements. There's some movements around improvements. Very vague. I'm an engineer, by the way, professional, and water purification. That's what I did for the last 30 years in a pharmaceutical setting. And so I pay attention, especially to the complicated and costly stories behind the water treatment, water purification. We are changing densities forever, and kind of, I don't want to say, but sometimes I feel like we're walking in the dark. By the way, my first education is geology. I take a great interest. I moved here from Michigan, and had always interest. So when I hear that there is going to be you be pushing envelope without spelling out what investment is going to be made to secured area. So I dedicate this subject to your attention going forward. Okay, so please, and I would be really interested also finding out how a resident like me, retired, can find out about what is being done about this story. Now, where is my source of information? One thing.
Your time's up, sir, but thank you.
And you are not going to give me a chance to add one to.
We gave you the 3 minutes, sir, and that's
all you can afford, right?
That's all we're allowed to do by law. Yes, sir.
Basically, I was going to say you are great at miscommunication. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't forget your yellow form.
Oh, yeah.
They're by the door.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken Roney, and I'm the president of Oak Ridge Homeowners Association. And directly, we have only 11 properties that abut the very northern portion of that yellow that lies behind Faro Funeral Homes and the cemetery. So our real concern, obviously, is traffic, and it wasn't addressed this time, but it was addressed back in the December meeting of '23. Where the county was going to ask the state legislature for 491 funding. Didn't hear anything on how that panned out, but of course traffic's a concern not only for those 11 residents, but for the rest of ours and the community. So if you could address that, if it's appropriate, that would be very welcomed. But those 11 owners there, you know, a 25-foot vegetative buffer, those homes have been there since the mid-90s. So they've enjoyed 30 years of woodlands, not any traffic, and certainly not any fourplexes in their backyard. So if you could consider what some of the board members mentioned back in the December 23, expanding that to 50 foot and or making it a different type of buffer, some type of fencing or something else, that would probably be greatly appreciated. 25 foot is only a little bit wider than your traditional two-car garage, and that's the area that we're talking about that would remain vegetative. I do thank you for your time. This presentation and the questions that you all asked, in my opinion, were thought-provoking, and it looked like you guys did due diligence, so I appreciate your time on that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is David Elder. I live at 397 West Hillmore Lane in Laurel Ridge. Laurel Ridge did come up in some of the conversations this morning and this afternoon, and thank you all for all your time and everything else. The main entrance going into Laurel Ridge is stubbed out right now, okay? It does not go through. My question to everyone is there any future plans to make that road go through to possibly into this new Tuscany Ranch development? Because that is a concern of our community of whether that road's actually going to be developed, which now is stubbed out as a dead end. And the only other concern I have is the fact that we might be moving 3-story multifamily from MF4 or whatever it is, MF4 into the other 3 segments there, I would say personally would be a bit of concern of mine. Because I think being around the golf course, it could really, ruin the aesthetic value of that whole area of the golf course, putting up 3-story multifamily units there. And that would be my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Yvonne Folk, and I'm from Oakwood Village. So I am an invested neighbor of yours. I guess I'm here to agree with Harvey Gerber that came up. We in Beverly Hills need and want some attention from the county. We felt lacked, and this facility certainly would bring some attention our way, and I appreciate the growth. Growth happens, it always happens. It sounds like a good idea. Multi-use properties are wonderful. I'm representing the twofer homes that Habitat's talking about. You know, it's me and my husband, we'd like to downsize into something nice in a nice neighborhood. This could be the solution, and we would appreciate it. So I appreciate the growth. I know my neighbor is concerned about the traffic, and growth happens. I look at 491 and 486. Everybody's shopping in those stores. Growth happens. They didn't want it, now they're shopping there. So keep that in mind.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Thank you for this opportunity to comment. My head is spinning because this is like watching a game of
Ma'am, please state your name.
Robin Orlandi, Dunellen.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is like watching a shell game on the streets in the city. Of primary concern to me is the demand on the water resources and the increase in hardscaping. You've got 3 or 4 impacts here. You have a large amount of groundwater withdrawal, the lagoon notwithstanding, the hardscaping across an area that's now forested impacts the recharge zone for the Kings Bay and Crystal River watersheds. The state of Florida Department of Environmental Protection is already documenting an 80% decrease over the historic flow rates in our springs, as well as increases in nutrients. The county, in the 2025 Basin Management Action Plans that DEP has rewritten, will be new this year, is required to reduce nutrient inflows to groundwater over the next 30 years. And those allocations include things like residential turf, sport turf, golf courses. The turf grass in this development alone represents 25% of the nutrient load going into the groundwater. So the siting growth is going to happen, yes, it's true, but smart growth is what we need, not growth the way it was done in the last century. The key thing here, the lagoon, we talk about 8,000 gallons a day to maintain it, but there wasn't a figure given for how much water will fill it. I did some research, found a pool company publication, and essentially they're talking about 11 million gallons to fill a 4-acre pool. A concern would also be the weight of that structure. A pound of water weighs approximately, a gallon of water weighs approximately 8 pounds. So you're talking on the order of tons and tons of extra weight without the weight of the vessel. There's that issue. The existing sinkhole on site with all the hardscaping, this huge body of treated water, although the treatment is patented, the pool publication says that it's many of the same chemicals that are in a standard pool. That being breached, hurricane, storm, whatever act of nature, underground collapse due to all this weight, going right into the aquifer would be a disaster for this county. Our springs are our lifeblood here economically, we know that. And more importantly, for future generations, clean water is everyone's responsibility. So no matter how we look at development and no matter the altruistic language that the developers have talked about, Florida-friendly landscaping, terrific. Does it solve the problem of nutrient pollution from landscape chemicals, excess fertilizer? It doesn't. We have to remember this is a money-making proposition. It's not just for the good of all. So there's good points, but there are a lot of questions that I don't feel have been answered today, and I would ask that you continue this until there's more information available and some of your questions are answered more substantively. Thank you for
ma'am.
your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Maxine Connor, Homosassa. I have some concerns about our springs. We have 3 outstanding Florida springs in Citrus County. We have Homosassa, Crystal River Kings Bay, and Chazawiska. They're all impaired from having too many nutrients. The different sources of nutrient pollution, such as urban turf fertilizer or septic tanks and other sources, they vary depending upon which spring that you are looking at. The Basin Management Action Plans mentioned by the previous speaker here, they're called BMAPs. They're plans that outline how to try to restore the water quality in a body of water such as a spring that doesn't meet the state standards. BMAPs are developed by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. The DEP, it's called, had to rewrite the Basin Management Action Plans for Homosassa and Chazawiska and Crystal River Kings Bay as a result of legal action taken against them. The new BMAPs have to be finalized by July 1. So the point here is that over time, the water quality in our springs has declined. Spring flows are also down, as the previous speaker mentioned, from their historic levels. With the boom in construction, our water management district issues more permits for groundwater withdrawals. More houses will have more lawns, more fertilizer, and more stormwater runoff. That does feed our algae blooms. They do algae blooms kill fish, and on the East Coast, when they had a terrible situation in the Indian River Lagoon, many manatees died that year. So much excess nitrogen has gone down into the aquifer that it comes up through the springs and far exceeds water quality standards. Some springs in Florida have stopped flowing altogether, and the current state harm rules, the harm rules from the state, just to be clear, do not prevent harm. I understand that this development was approved years ago, but regarding the lagoon, that's where my concern lies. Will the area for the lagoon have to be dredged out, would be one of my questions. Another question would be, what impact will filling and maintaining a man-made lagoon have on our environment and our aquifer? And will you be using chemicals to treat it? And what is the environmental impact of those? And echoing the previous speaker, what stops the water from leaking out from the bottom of the lagoon? And could the sheer weight of it collapse into the aquifer because of our karst geology? Impervious, also I have a concern about the impervious surface ratios. Is it wise to allow any increases beyond what the county now allows when we know that hurricanes and storms can have rainfall that is excessive in a short amount of time? So those are my concerns, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name's Michelle Rose. I live in the Crystal Hills Mini Farms, south of this. I just wanted to say a few things. I grew up in Citrus County. My family moved here in 1972. I grew to love the small town feeling of this county, a safe place to raise a family. As the years have passed, I've seen growth. Most of it's been within reason. Since the Suncoast Expressway has completed to Citrus County, I feel that much has been approved that is beyond acceptable. The infrastructure that's here can't possibly handle the increased number of developments approved, let alone the massive size of this Tuscany ranch. I see so many reasons for this to be limited. We call this area the Nature Coast, but I see it changing to a point that the name won't fit anymore. These new neighborhoods are allowed to clear-cut the property, leaving animals homeless, struggling to find shelter. The earth is remolded to redirect the water to areas that it's never run to before. I see overusage of our precious water supply to replant vegetation that's not native, that requires watering regularly instead of what belongs here. They want to put a man-made lagoon in an area with amazing natural water resources. We have beautiful fresh and saltwater recreation all over our county. We don't need our precious drinking water pumped into the ground to fill a man-made lagoon. The roads, schools, police, and fire departments and government offices are so very busy as of yet, and we approve more developments. The roads that are being widened won't be wide enough in another year. The land was zoned for a limited number of houses per acre, yet more are being considered. We have so many parking and storage facilities because either there isn't room to park additional vehicles, boats, and campers, or they're not allowed because of deed restrictions. I seriously don't think we need more storage facilities or car washes here. The builders that they're going to use are from other counties. The workers will drive here. They don't live here. The developer doesn't live here. Please make the single families and homes as we define it stand. This land was purchased with limits, and you don't have to change the zoning to allow more. Please, I beg you, keep the zoning as it is. Keep our Nature Coast natural. Please do not make Citrus County the next Spring Hill, Newport Richey, or newest bedroom community to Tampa. Keep our county the unique jewel that it is. We do not need to be like everyone else. Thank you for allowing me to express my opinion. I hope it makes a difference. There's so much to say. I feel I don't have enough time to even scratch the surface. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Ray Wolfel, 4334 North Indian Head Road, Hernando. I'm the president of the Fairview Estates Homeowners Association. My concern today is mainly about the development agreement. If you remember, some of us will remember last year, the Beverly Hills Development LLC owns the 3 major parcels east of the property. I see we're setting ourselves up for in the future. I'll be here if and when that happens. But Beverly Hills Development LLC is listed as an owner. The property is defined as Exhibit A for owner-owned property and Exhibit B for adjacent developer-owned property, or developer, or it might have been builder, whatever it was. I got interested when I first saw all of that, thinking they were talking about the parcels near us being adjacent developer-owned parcels and him also being an owner. I inquired and received a lot of encouragement from staff. She was wonderful. We've emailed 4 times, and that her answers to my inquiries, the proposed amendment it does not propose to add any areas outside the DRI. I can confirm that this application notice is only within the existing DRI. This application does not have any lots outside the existing DRI. Problematic, but on the 15th, I've confirmed that the applicant to the Exhibit B should be reflecting anything outside. But on the 13th, her email gave me a little heartburn. So far, Exhibit B has remained blank in drafts proposed. It is my understanding that Exhibit B, referring to the developer-owned property, is referring to those sites that were in the previous application last year, but not in this one. That said, the development agreement is only for those lots in Exhibit A, so we need to make sure that that is clarified at the public hearings. I heard at the very beginning from the developer, thank you very much, that they're not. I love that. But again, the development agreement as it is now says it's A and B, which have remained blank all the way till today, or last week when I got what I got. So we're just wanted to make sure you heard it, staff has heard it, developers heard it. We'll fight that fight later for the LDR classification. I was zoning administrator up north for 30 years. My comments, is that over?
Oh,
Well, we're going to give you 2 additional minutes. She just told me that you had a letter on file. So you got 2 more minutes, sir.
Thank you. Just a comment, I thought I'd hear a whole lot more about what I consider to be a major change to this development of the SF being changed from single-family residential, detached and such, to what I call multifamily and what I think you call. I expected a whole lot. That's the biggest thing that I see that's going on here. You got all those single-family houses that expected single-family houses around them, and now they're going to have multifamily. That, and I don't know about the development agreement that puts a roadway, or a PUD that puts a roadway through a parcel that's not included in the PUD, but that's probably different down here than it was up north. I thank you very much. Fairview Estates is a lovely subdivision. If you have, most people don't know it's there, of 1 acre, beautiful homes. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Okay, I have a fear of public speaking, so bear with me. Okay, first of all,
Let me actually just start
Oh, I'm
with
sorry,
your
my
name and address.
Cynthia Schmidt, 27 North DeSoto Street, Beverly Hills.
Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I know they are not required to give an impact statement to us. Maybe there is one, I can't find it. I don't think we can fairly make informed decisions or comments to the fullest extent if we don't have that. I think we need it for the environment, the crowding of the schools, the traffic, and they've addressed all of that today in their way. The road needs widening now. If any of you have not been bottlenecked onto LaCanto Highway, I dare you to go down there. The charter school, will that be built or not? And will it be open to all the residents or just to that community? The request to increase the density, I think that's what we're here for today, so that they can provide the required open space. Seems to me that just proves that they're trying to put too many houses on the land that they own. I think it should be kept as current at 10 per acre and no more. The lagoon issue, that needs to be a decision of yes or no in their plans, not maybe down the road. I think that's a little can be a little deceitful for people moving here, for one thing. Oh, there's going to be a lagoon, but maybe, maybe not. The giving, they're donating or giving us anything is not a gift if we're exchanging impact fees for the land they're donating or the money they're putting towards the fire station. That's not gifts, that's just exchange. Their answers, as many of your questions were, that's a possibility or that could be. Those aren't realities. I must have missed the Beverly Hills opinion survey about the development. I heard that our representative said that they were for it. I, for one, have not given my blessing. And I will say, as more and more luxury developers come, original Beverly Hills continues to be left behind. They need money allocated for improvements there. There was mention for a pool for Beverly Hills. You took our Beverly Hills pool away, which won't go there. A pool and, oh, I'm out. Okay. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please. Anyone?
My name is Dale Johnston.
Please
My address is 59 East Fullerton Street.
Please state your name again in the mic.
Dale Johnston.
Thank you, sir.
I live the yellow area on the top. I live about a third of the way from the left-hand side. That's my property right there. It looks like dental molding. A lot of people, I've lived here since 1984, but I bought the property just before 1980. My brother and I have lived up there for many years. I have seen Florida panthers on the property. There's a lot of wild turkeys presently. There's a lot of gopher turtles. If you've ever seen an all-black coyote, there was a resident all-black coyote there for many years. There are still a lot of coyotes, which a lot of people don't like, but they're part of nature too. The one lady that was up here mentioned the springs. I'm also an avid fisherman. I've come up here to the springs in Crystal River for many years. I remember I got my scuba diving certification in the Big Spring. You used to be able to go there, and all the water around there was just crystal clear at one time. Now I think if you go in the Big Spring, you may not even be able to see your hand in front of your face at times. And I think it's because of the lack of flow, and plus they mentioned the nutrients in the water, which has to be, there's something going on there. I'm not a scientist, but it's just common knowledge that if it's dirty, with algae, then something's providing the nutrients for that algae to bloom. So basically what I'm saying is I am against the development, but unless you own the property, I know you can't do anything about it. But that's why most of us are here. We've gone to know this area as the nature coast, not the metro coast. To me, metro means metropolitan, big cities, skyscrapers, pavement, concrete, gridlock traffic. And if any of you have been here for many years, you know the traffic is getting worse, the pollution is getting worse, the noise level is getting much worse. So that's all I have to say. Maybe the commissioners can think about that before they go ahead and vote on making this another Pasco County. I know that was a beautiful picture of a nice development in Pasco County, but let's not make Citrus County another Pasco County. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Anyone? Last call. Attorney, you have the podium for rebuttal, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to be relatively brief here. We kept you long enough. I just want to try to hit some high points. We heard a number of statements about more rooftops, more development. I want to remind you, we are here before you, not requesting any additional units or entitlements. This is a redesign and updating a vested DRI to modern standards. That's all. So there are no new units before you today, no expansion upon what is currently approved. Jump into the single family, and it is confusing, the single family versus multifamily. That is a result of the current DRI in effect today. So the current DRI, as approved, regardless of what happens today, denotes or breaks out three different single-family uses. Single-family detached units at 3.5 units per acre, single-family cluster at 5 units per acre, and single-family attached, and that includes patio homes, townhomes, duplex, triplex, and quadplex. So we're calling an attached product a quadplex. That is all in the DRI. We're not changing that. All we are changing is within the broad area that is currently SF, there were previously defined areas, sub-areas within that area for each one of those respective units. So there was an SFA here, SFD, SFC. In many cases, some of the clustered portions were at the boundary, so this will result in less density for those adjacent owners. But at the end of the day, we are not proposing any more density or more units. Mr. Wellfell raised a good point, and it's my fault, that the development agreement does include right now owner property and developer property. That is because legally, technically, when we submitted, there were different owners of the subject properties. I want to, on the record, make it clear and make it clear to the chair and any one of you who may make a motion that the property lying outside of the DRI is not included with this application. And so it can be conditioned, if you choose to recommend approval of the development agreement, which I hope you will, that you condition that on it not including property lying outside of the DRI. I think you all know this, but I want to speak. I heard concerns about water quality and quantity. We mentioned that this is a funnel and that there are many permitting requirements. We are required to go through a lot of permitting to ensure that post-development, all those, our stormwater is properly managed and treated, captured and treated, and that we are good stewards. There are a host of environmental requirements through DEP, SwiftMud, and otherwise that we're required to comply with, and that will not be affected here. We will be subject to all of those. Excuse me. One of the speakers who was vehemently opposed said, growth is going to happen, but we need smart growth, not growth like occurred in the last century. And I wrote that down verbatim. That's exactly right. And that's what you're looking at today. You know, whether we're talking about water quality or quantity, where you have a developer in front of you who has a page and a half of a binding development agreement talking about how toilets will flush and Florida-friendly landscaping. I mean, this is a developer who's done all they can do to make this smart growth. And frankly, I know that more density segregated from open space seems abhorrent to some and is scary. It's what modern, efficient, smart growth entails, and I'm going to harken back to that article that was in the Chronicle just 2 days ago. That's what we're presenting here. And we didn't plant that article, by the way. Finally, I think that 491 is the big issue. I hope you'll ask any questions that you have if there are any lingering questions. But I just want to reiterate that this applicant is going, and I'm going to, in a loving way, in a supportive way, I'm going to quote Ms. Cotu and say that this applicant is going above and beyond in that regard. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. I appreciate it. And procedurally, once again, I would respectfully request that in both approvals that you, particularly the development agreement, that you approve subject to the staff recommendations and a revision to ensure that the DRI, or that the subject land does not include properties lying outside of the DRI. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, this time I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing.
Mr. Chair, I did have one question based on the public input. Regarding the lagoon, yes. If that was done, would that be considered and designed as part of the stormwater management system, subject to SIFMUD review? And then my second question is that, so it was shown, the example that was shown from other developments, it's sort of almost like a recreational area. Is it simply for the residents of Tuscany, or would that be open to the public as like an amusement park?
So, no, the lagoon would not accept stormwater. It would not be a stormwater, a DRA, for lack of a better description. It wouldn't treat. It would be an amenity, a separate amenity. The lagoon would be, if it's constructed, would be in one of the town center BCO areas, and it would be open to the public. The recreational area would be for the residents of the community.
Okay, and I do have a concern because, yeah, the amusement parks carry a lot of impacts and implications. So I don't know, that's something that you've discussed with staff, but just, it's a concern for me there.
Yeah, so they would be subject to applicable impact fees, and that's just that would be as you saw in the images during the presentation, it would be your typical, well, actually nicer than your typical, but a large recreational space, likely a pool, clubhouse. It's for residents, and frankly paid for by, the developer and the residents through their HOA fees through maintenance.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rob.
Yes, sir.
The public portion is now closed for sure, and we're going to bring the discussion back to the board. Let me just reiterate, we do have two decisions to make. With agreement of my fellow commissioners, we will work with the development agreement first and then move to the PUD second. If we have any objections, please state now. Okay. If you have any comments, let's start with the DA. Commissioner Shara.
I guess I'll get the ball rolling. Obviously, this DA is not complete, and the applicant has made a request that we could approve the DA based upon the conditions that would be set into that DA by staff. So the one question would be, I understood the words, but I guess the question would be, is staff even prepared to identify what those conditions would be at this point in time? Or is that something that is a normal course of work that would take place before this first public hearing and then the second public hearing in front of the Board of County Commissioners? So I'm still a little foggy with that, so I'd like some clarification on that.
I think staff stated that there would be some minor changes to the development agreement, and that is not unusual. And that has been my experience on my tenure on this board, that there has been some minor changes between the time that we heard any application and the time that the Board of County Commissioners hears it for the second and final hearing. So I just find that, I'm okay with that, you know, based on what Joanna Couteau told us. And
Thank you for that.
That's just my
Thanks for the input.
observation. Yeah.
I personally have full faith in staff that they will do their proper due diligence and follow-up. And because that is the experience that I've had over the last year, it feels awkward to have so many moving parts under discussion that we would not really be voting yes or no on related to the development agreement. But I do have I have full confidence in staff that they have captured in the red line process and this discussion, and they can properly condition that. So I can support the development agreement process, which I think is what we're really doing as compared to the development agreement the way it stands today.
Thank you, Commissioner Shara. Anyone else? You want to address that, Joanna?
Okay, so the changes that the development agreement should contemplate based on discussion today would be removal of Exhibit B, which is the outside properties of the DRI, and also the statement that Attorney Bassel just motioned about the development agreement does not include areas outside of the existing Beverly Hills DRI. It's a PUD note on the master plan, but it certainly should be in here. Ms. Collins has pointed out a typo. There's another one on a footnote. I think those two typos should certainly be, and that's been pointed out to him now. The comment about the school confirming capacity, that would be removed as well. I'm not aware of any other major changes or even changes to the development agreement that are proposed at this time.
Would the footnotes on the drawings be included as an attachment to the development agreement? Because there are some corrections.
The master plan is actually part of your other application, and it's also Exhibit C. So yes, anything that was on, you are adopting it on both documents. So if you don't like that footnote, this would be the time to talk about that.
I don't like that footnote.
Mr. Chair, there's more red lines on that paper than were discussed at this hearing. I mean, technical services didn't even speak. So I don't know if Ms. Coutu is willing to speak for technical services and technical services concerns about that document, but the conversation that we had on the phone with the 12 or 20 some people that was discussed earlier in the testimony, some of which included certainly individuals who aren't here and concerns that were not discussed here. So when you say staff, all you have is Ms. Coutu's thoughts, but you haven't heard from technical services, and I don't know whether technical services is all on board with what's in that agreement.
We do have a technical services representative.
But the testimony is closed.
We're closed.
Right.
The
But-
testimony is
But
closed.
does one party get an
Excuse me,
opportunity?
yeah, this is a discussion for us.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And back to, I represent this board. So if you all are delegating your responsibility to make sure that what you're approving is what's in writing, you're trusting Ms. Coutu get everything down that y'all want her to have down. Or, I mean, it's just difficult. If you don't, I mean, if you all want to say specifically every single thing that you want her to change, I'm okay with that. What I think is problematic is trusting that she's gonna get everything that you want her to get in that agreement. And there are red lines that were not discussed. I just know that. Y'all looked at the red line agreement. There's some stuff in there that y'all didn't talk about. No disrespect to Rob. I mean, Rob and I work very well together.
We do wonderfully, and I'm
Rob,
not here
you
for
don't
testimony,
get to
but if we
talk.
could take a 2-minute break and we could talk, there's just a huge difference between what Chapter 163 says about the process for development agreements and what we're talking about right now, respectfully.
Madam Attorney.
I'm just responding to what Mr. Sheriff brought up is everything going to be recorded in that agreement? That this board wants in that agreement?
Well, here's my notes. Here's what I got to say about it. I believe the project is a great project. I believe there's a lot of blanks. I believe there's a lot of unknowns. I think there's a lot of things that's not being told for one reason or the other. I do not support any application that is incomplete, or we're going to guess or throb something in at another time. Some of the footnotes are contradictory, in my opinion. And I won't even bring up the fact as far as the DA, other concerns that I have, because they more concerned with the PUD. So I'm not in favor of this disclosure agreement as it was presented to us. I just think it should have been a little bit more detailed, and some of the things that was added on the 11th hour we didn't get. And telling us verbally is not the same as reading it, in my opinion. As far as to discuss any further or take a recess, I don't think I would entertain that at this time. But we have 6 other commissioners. I would definitely listen to what you all have to say, but I am not in agreement with this DA the way it's written and the way it was presented to us today.
Chair, you said recess. I think you meant to say continuance. A big difference.
Same. I'm sorry. Continuance. But
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you 100%.
Whoa.
Mr. Chairman, I
Stone.
agree with you 100%. I don't think we should vote on the approval of a development agreement which is incomplete. Period.
Mr. Chair, I agree as well. Regarding the PUD, I mean, I commend it. I know this is a project's been around for many, many moons. I understand the entitlements. I understand they can develop it as is right now. I think the DA actually affords us the opportunity to do it better. And so, but I did review it based on what I had in front of me, and it sounds like there's a lot of red lines that we didn't get to see. I think some of those you might have even addressed that I had asked. You mentioned that. But I think that we need a continuance and see a final document that would better address this. The project in of itself, the design, I mean, as a planner, it transitions very well from the commercial to the the higher density multi to single family. It brings in that missing middle housing that we're talking about now and provides mixed housing. It's a more modern project. But to that extent, I think I'd like to see a final, or at least a close to final DA with everything that was discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Collins.
I agree with everything my colleagues just said. I think there's a lot of unknowns, and that bothers me. A lot of question marks. That's where I stand.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sheriff.
I feel like I got this ball rolling. I'm uncomfortable with the development agreement the way it is. I'm uncomfortable, to council's point, of delegating our responsibility to staff to capture not only those things that were discussed today, but some of those which weren't. That's an unfair request to staff. So I would not support, because we're taking these separately at this point, approving the development agreement today would encourage, if we can do so, a continuance. So it looks like many of these things are housekeeping items that have been agreed, discussed, or are in process as compared to those which are finalized in language. So I would not be in a position to support the development agreement at this moment.
Thank you, Commissioner Shara.
Can you wait just a second?
Freezing, I'm sorry. It's cold today. Everyone feel look at me funny, I'm freezing. I didn't bring the extra jacket. I know, I feel bad because I'm crossed-armed.
Can you bring in a pitcher of hot coffee?
Thank you.
Exceptional. Yeah, today. What may be.
I just felt bad because my body language, I'm sitting here the whole time like this. I'm like, I'm not angry at all.
But you would think, there you go, almost there.
Fire in the fireplace. Speaking of alligators, I saw one walk over on my dog 2 days ago.
Really?
I was stunned at the size of it.
Oh, really?
His head was at least as wide as my chest.
Oh, wow.
Okay, and the knob on the end of his nose was almost as big as your head.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I mean, he must have been 10 foot if he was an inch. He was enormous. I'd never seen one that big.
He's been around a while.
Oh, he looked like an armored
He might be king of the river in that area.
Yeah. He was
Your
big.
puppy dog's inside.
Yeah.
Keep your people inside.
Yeah, kids.
It was huge.
All right, Mr. Chair, may I make a request after speaking to the county attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we would need to request a continuance in order for a continuance, which I'm hearing based on the PDC members. So we would request a continuance to the next meeting we can appear on, and we'll work with staff to make sure that it's clear as day next time it comes back.
Is that on both requests? We have a PUD and a development agreement?
Why are you allowing him to do this?
Okay. You don't have to respond.
And actually, you don't need me anymore, but I would request a continuance to the next, I'll defer to staff on when the next possible date would be, but we're prepared to make it clear at your next meeting. Thank you.
Mr.
Madam
Chair.
Attorney.
So it is true that only the applicant at this point can ask for a continuance because it's the applicant's game, if you will, or process. Game's probably a bad word, please, I'm sorry about that, but it's the applicant's process at this point. So only they can ask for a continuance. And it is always accepted by the board after the close of any testimony if an applicant wants to pull it. So that is your standard process if they do that, if they want to ask for that. My concern about separating the two is, as Ms. Coutu pointed out, the master site plan is part of the DA. It's an attachment. So although you're considering them separately, to Mr. Facemeyer's point, I think you would have to continue both of them because it's part of that.
For a purpose of a motion, I'll make a motion for a continuance for PUD 2663 and DA 2024-0002.
Second?
And we have a first by myself, a second by Commissioner Facemeyer. Any further discussions on the continuance? All,
I do. I wasn't here the last time is this the second time this has been continued or the first?
No,
time?
no.
This is a completely different application.
Okay, thank you.
It's completely
Thank
different.
you. Go ahead, sorry.
No further discussions. All in favor for continuance, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Continuance has been granted.
We
right.
Thank you.
For upcoming meetings, March 6th, you do have two PUDs to consider. One is the Citrus Hills CRI. And then on March 20th, you'll have three PUDs. So PUDs are continuing to come before you.
Thank you. Mr. Landon, you're done?
Are you done?
Oh, you thought if you sat on the other side, we wouldn't notice, right?
We have no other commissioner comments. The meeting has been adjourned.